true. So, good evening, good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you guys are across the globe. I have finally taken the reign, or I plundered and pillaged a Scotsman. So, apologies for that. I'm running the show this evening, and I'm joined by Roman of the Empire, Mr. AWK, Archer Collin, and Stephen Ransom. And we will be having the usual fun format of the Let's Talk Geeky. What did we do this week? How did we present? How did we find the things that we saw? Because I've seen a lot of the new stuff. It seemed to be a very, very busy week this weekend. Well, this week there has been, because we have Cobra Kai coming out. We have the Kickstart-ish of Lord of the Ring. Sorry, I do apologize. It's Rings of Powers. It's not Lord of the Rings. House of Dragons seems to be doing quite okay despite everything that we've been hearing about this. But I will hand it over to my panelist and go ahead. Roman, what have you been up to?
Hey, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. It's been not a fantastic week for a myriad of reasons. I did get to replace the toilet seal. That was very exciting. That may have been the highlight of my week, which isn't much of a highlight. Let's not kid ourselves. I've been fighting a flea infestation, so that's also exciting. I'm pretty sure someone has placed a hex bag in my house or cursed me, and that's pretty much how my week has been.
Over to you, Alex.
Let Colin say this.
What I finally managed to make it back from 600 years in the past in Wales. That's about the only thing I've been doing all week. Trying to get back.
Yeah, I know. There's nothing really planned till next week, is there, Colin?
I haven't been watching anything much. Well, I haven't been doing anything much at all. Boring as usual.
Yeah,
well, you're 600 years in the past.
Yeah, I was about to say. Time travel's a pretty big deal, considering it's impossible.
No, all you have to do is you just go across the Prince of Wales Bridge. I'm so glad Wendy's not on the channel. Not on the
Is that a ferry bridge then?
No, it used to be called the Severn Bridge. It's the bridge across the channel of the River Severn. This side is England, the other side is Wales. But I was going back doing the medieval anatomy, and interestingly enough, the signs on the motorway had the time. Each sign had a time in the corner, except that was an hour. That was an hour late. No, it was an hour early, so it should have gone back an hour in time anyway.
Colin, you said the Prince of Wales Bridge, and you said it used to be called the Severn Bridge. The Severn Bridge is still standing.
Yeah, but I think
there's two bridges.
No, but if you go up there, the big one, if you go up there, it's recently was actually there's a massive on there now saying the Prince of Wales Bridge. There's a road bridge and there's a railway bridge.
Sorry. No, there's two road bridges. It's just the Prince of Wales Bridge is more quicker.
The Prince of Wales Bridge is the one that I always used to call the Severn Bridge, the big one.
Yeah.
I'm sure they only changed it a few years ago.
No, there's the Severn Bridge and the Prince of Wales Bridge. The Prince of Wales Bridge.
Stephen, we're going to have to break these boys up.
I was just about to say, you guys need to take this out in the parking lot or something. I swear.
No,
it's just a bridge.
I've got a long way to travel for a parking lot.
Can't we all just get along?
I clearly not.
Well, PJ is not here, so it will not be that usual duke out fight going on that we seem to have every now and then.
He's still pissed that broad made it on the helicopter at the end of Predator.
Yeah, or in New York, if you travel from New Jersey or Connecticut or Long Island across a bridge, you go to New York City, but it's still not a separate country like Wales. That's amazing. Although it feels like a separate country sometimes, but
yeah. Other thing is that when the bridges first came about, you used to have to pay to get into Wales and not pay to get out of Wales.
because because they couldn't get no that they couldn't actually find a way to actually stop anybody on the way out of Wales.
I got nothing
no, it was, but I remember it's a few years ago. I remember because I've been doing it a few years now, and I remember you used to have to queue up. You'd go up there, and there was a massive, great 10, 12. The motorway is British motorways are 3, except in Wales where they seem to be 2, 3 lanes wide plus a hard shoulder. So you got that's the widest our roads are. Some of them are 4, but mostly 3. But it's 3. But you used to go in, you go over the bridge, and then it would just spread out to about 20 booths. So you're quite quick to go through. But then I went back I went back after after they'd stopped charging, and I didn't actually notice where it was that the booths had been because they just obviously built up. They'd taken booths down, and there wasn't a massive great area. It was just a motorway all the way through. I couldn't even see where it was that the booths had been. Weird.
I hope there's some historical photographs. I see Mr. Brown's Alliance is in the chat.
And we got Thad out there.
How you doing, Matt?
Oh, good evening, all. Welcome to the stream that is probably going to end up in complete chaos.
Not if you keep jinx it like that. It's going to be reversed if you keep jinx it.
No. I haven't used the word that begins with Q. Because if you invoke Q from Star Trek, you know there will be chaos.
Well, this has been a strange week for me because there are so many shows that are in the pop culture right now that I have no access to and have no desire, even if I did have access. So it's like the whole conversation of my entire peer realm has turned into She-Hulk meets House of Dragons meets Lord of the Rings meets Rings of Power. And it's like, I don't have anything to say, other than I can't believe you dorks are still talking about all of this nonsense. But everybody's paying the bills, trying to keep the lights on.
Content. We have to make content.
I totally get it. I totally get it, man.
Do I enjoy watching, and that's House of the Dragons. I'm very much enjoying that. Episode 3 was killer. She-Hulk killed me a little bit because it does every single time I watch it. And Mrs. of the Empire still has the ban in place on the Rings of Power, so I'm not allowed to watch or discuss it in the house.
That's because she's looking out for your health, Roman. She's looking out for your spiritual well-being.
There's only so much disappointment a man can take.
That's right.
You're saying that, but she's still allowing him to see She-Hulk.
I do that in the morning before she wakes up, and it's what are you watching out there? Nothing.
Porn. Just tell her porn. You're watching
porn would be better. She'd be happier if I was just watching porn.
Yeah, it would probably be the best excuse today. It's like, I'm watching that stuff. It's like, you're getting away with it.
She-Hulk. Just every time it's I made a joke during my review this week. The best part of the show this week, in its entirety, actually, it was when Wong sat down to watch The Sopranos. That has been the highlight of the entire series of She-Hulk.
Wow, that's not good.
That's not good. It's not good. It's not good. I might as well if I eat Taco Bell, for instance, I should probably just eat it while sitting on the commode because it's just going to go right through me. Watching She-Hulk has a very similar physiological reaction. Not good.
So it's like espresso.
But without the delightful flavor.
Yes, indeed.
And I would have thought that the best bit of She-Hulk would be the channel logo that comes up when it's finished.
I don't like the credits. I hate the post scenes. There's just in Disney Plus itself, and we've talked about this a little bit before. Disney Plus, any live show that it produces, with that little bit of ray of hope they had with the Mandalorian is garbage. The only thing that I've enjoyed on there is the animated What If series, but Disney Plus can't not step on its own junk when it's making programming, and it's actually getting worse, which is kind of impressive. You wouldn't think they had the ability to go down, like say after a show like Miss Marvel, yet they have. Also, and because I'm a nerd and I notice these things, I freaking hate Marvel's credit roll through that they do at the beginning of the show now of any of their stuff. Because remember, you used to see like Steve Rogers was like one of the last people you would see in there, Captain America. Now the last person on the R before it becomes solid is Ms. freaking Marvel, a character nobody cares about. Thank you, Disney. You're killing it.
Yeah. And not in the good way.
Yeah.
Not in a good way.
Well, earlier on, I did watch a trailer for another show coming out called Willow, based on the original film.
Yeah.
But the
I'm
question
so
is
dreading that.
How bad is it going to be?
Actually, the real question is, what do we call the little people in that show? Is there going to be little people? Are there going to be little people? Am I saying a blasphemous thing by calling them little people?
Saying little people.
I mean, how confused does an audience need to get before they even watch a show? Come on.
I liked Willow. It's one of those underrated movies from a long time ago. Val Kilmer was so good in it.
Yeah.
The little weird fairy things. What were they called? Pixies? Were those pixies? They were flying around and they were a hoot.
Yeah.
But it was just a fun movie. And again, though, it didn't do particularly well at the box office. I think it lives only in the nerd reserves at this point.
All I can say, it was just a fantastic cult classic. But now let's just bring it back to milk it.
Well, the problem is Disney doesn't have an original thought in its head. I don't know if you guys saw, they are digging up the corpse of Mufasa to make that movie now. And it's like, are you kidding me? Your live action Pinocchio is out there right now, and that's getting destroyed for a myriad of reasons. And now you're going to dig up poor Mufasa and throw him out there so you can wreck another character in another franchise. The Little Mermaid trailer is getting destroyed. They, like I said, they haven't created anything original in a very, very, very long time. I don't think they're capable of it anymore. I think that's what their writing crew is, and everybody in production now has a certain mentality, and that mentality is unable to produce content that is worth a darn. I'll V-chip it because we're early in the stream.
Well, if I try to play devil's advocate there, and I agree, we are early in the stream. Let's keep it to like that 30-minute mark where apparently YouTube stops watching you. Mm-hmm. But if I'm devil's advocate, is it our fault, perhaps? Because we've read so many amazing stories. We've been around for such a long time. We've seen all the tricks, all the plot twists and the turns, and that was really amazing.
Yeah,
I would say that there's been a few of them recently. I mean, what was it? Ryan Deadpool. It completely slipped my mind, but he has the film is basically Groundhog Day, but it's the first time I've seen someone putting a really heartwarming use to the whole thing. You relive this day over and over and over and over again. Mm-hmm. And he realizes, I've missed so much of this one thing, and it really uplifted, which is he's a dad, but because of the stuff he's been doing in his life, he has not been able to be a dad. So he uses a lot of that time. We don't see it much in the film, but you get the sense that he spent more than enough. Yeah.
No, you're talking Boss Level, right? Which I haven't seen.
Yeah. Oh, Boss Level is absolutely amazing in this one. It's funny.
I like Frank Grillo as an actor. I wish he had come on to the scene earlier on, because he's good in pretty much everything he's in. He actually had a brief spot on the Showtime series Billions. I don't know if anybody watches that but me. But he was really good on that. He was an artist on that. So I mean, he was totally outside of his normal box anyway. But the dude he's older, Steven, he's older than we are. And I mean, he just made the scene back. I mean, Captain America, Winter Soldier, I think is when everybody became aware of him.
Right.
And that's just too bad. It's just like such a wasted talent. Cause I would have loved to have seen him in a lot of other things. You know, he would have been a great kind of mob movie type guy or just a general action hero. And you just didn't get, you know, like I said, he just hasn't been around and he's still being underutilized, I think.
Yeah,
well-
I mean, he was a massive surprise for me. It's like, why haven't I noticed this guy before? Solid performance, convincing, comedic capability. It's literally like Schwarzenegger stepping out from a super muscly action hero straight into the comedy, but maintaining the action hero all at once. That's how I discovered him. And it was like, wow, I had to go through the backlog.
In answer to your question, yes, it's our fault. It's the fans' fault because the fans are not watching. But you take that one step back and say, why aren't the fans watching? Because Disney and Co. aren't giving us anything we want to watch.
Right.
And they will not listen. They will not listen to anybody who actually knows. They don't like fans because fans know better than they do.
No, and they're also not making money now, which is kind of what they're supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's an interesting thing going on with all of this too. Need I remind you that, you know, just in your head, name 2 or 3 properties from Disney between the years 1933 and 1963. All of those were from previous incarnations. They were grim fairy tales.
Mhm.
They were based on old novels. You know, Disney wasn't doing anything different back then than they're doing now. And that's
Herbie?
upgrading
Well,
the media.
absolutely.
But the thing that they've
I-
lost, is the trust of the people because they've continuously given us nothing but fast food. We used to get top quality entertainment every time they put pen to paper, and we just don't get it anymore.
I think
I'll add to that analogy, and then I'll let Roman have it. I remember growing up, whenever you went to a restaurant when I was growing up, 80s, very early 90s, with mom and dad, and it's like going out to a restaurant, there was wholesome food. It's like you felt fulfilled. Today, you're going out for a meal. It's literally like, get your butt out of the seat as soon as possible. And it feels like that with the content that's being produced today. It's literally, like you said, it's fast food.
sorry.
Well, I'll let you two guys duke it out, but I said Roman first, then Alex, you go.
Well, I wanted to respond to what Steven said about what Disney was producing. So yes, it was material that it was out there. But what they're doing now is they're actually rehashing the rehash. So you're now 2 or 3 levels deep into used material. When they did it originally, when they brought those stories to the screen, it was magical because people hadn't seen it before. Yes, they'd read, and it was different. Of course, they made it more palatable to a child audience. But now, like I said, they can't get out of their own way. They're destroying their own legacy. When you hear Disney now, you don't have that image in your head of the pleasant Sunday evening show that came on when you were a kid. Yeah. Now you're just thinking woke garbage material from a company that hates me.
Yeah,
it used to be awe, but now it's cringe. Like every time I hear the name, it's cringe. Go ahead.
The way I see it, sorry, Colin.
It's like a clone of a clone of a clone, or you photocopy an original, then you photocopy the photocopy, you photocopy the photocopy the photocopy, and the more copies you want, the less clear the quality is, the paler the colours and the rest of it, the same sort of thing.
Yeah. Well, what I was thinking, what Steve said earlier, is that it's a lack of imagination, and also without Walt Disney, they've really lost their way. But they're going with all I see it with Disney. They're just going with the latest trends at the moment, and wokenism is the latest trend.
Yeah, it's a trend, and not only that, but I'm becoming more and more convinced that it's not quite that it's not necessarily so much a lack of creativity per se. It's just that they are so so stuck in the intersectional woke ideas
Yeah. Yep.
that they're terrified to do anything in case in case point 0.000000000000000000 I run out of breath 1% of the population are offended by it.
Yeah.
Well, Colin, I would agree with you, but the problem, well, one of the problems, I say the problem, but there's, this is a layer cake of problems. They're hiring good creative talent. They're hiring the people you just mentioned. They're not good creators. Most of them, these are like first time writers who are coming up and doing this. I don't know if you saw the people who wrote She-Hulk, but that's a gaggle of hens sitting around a box of wine coming up with terrible ideas for a show because they watched Ally McBeal, 20 years ago and thought that was clever, but now they want to put a She-Hulk into it. That's what we're getting. These are not good writers. These are not good creators. To call them creators is offensive to creators.
Right. Yeah. You can make an easy parallel using the fast food analogy that these writers are equivalent to the chefs at Taco Bell. They don't make good food. They're not actually chefs. They're barely food processors at that point. So yeah, the analogy stays pretty clean. They've got these kids straight out of college because the cost is cheap. The voice is new. They represent the current culture. So, they just plug and play at this point.
Well, I'm going to add something else, right, about these people. Think of the Japanese chefs who have to cut up the pufferfish, the poisoned pufferfish, right?
Right.
The amount of craftsmanship and work they've got to do to make sure they can get it right.
Because they'll kill you.
Now, this is what it feels like. They're not taking anyone who's got proper craft or anything like that. So if you go to a Japanese restaurant and they haven't got one of those specialized lanterns hanging in there outside, I wouldn't dare touch it. And that's the same. What's been chucked at us today.
You have a good grandmobs put it in the chat. It's fugu, which is what it's called, and apparently it's really delicious. And I'm someone that I was growing up on fish because we had just water all around, so I was just having like sea bass, albacore, the whole thing, and I still like fish, but it wouldn't be the first thing I would taste. But I still recognize that it's a really good taste. And I think your analogy is quite correct there. But you have to have, when you're dealing with that very poisonous fish, if the chef doesn't not know what they're doing, okay, you may not die, but anyone that's ever had food poisoning or have had a really bad meal, I know you all prayed to the porcelain throne, saying never again.
Mm-hmm.
I think
exactly, and that's what this latest just consume feels like. It's like never again.
I feel like Disney Marvel has fugu'd me.
Yeah, oddly enough, I think it's actually a case of good intentions gone wrong. Proof. In their minds, they are pushing for the marginalized, whatever their excuse they're using. So they're taking people, they're saying, no women writers or whatever, and they're pushing these people forward. But what they're doing, they're not saying, okay, well, we're going to have 50% of the writing team for this show is going to be quote marginalized minorities and the rest of it. We'll bring them in and we'll take them aboard and we'll take them through the process and we'll bring them on and we'll put them in with experienced writers who know what they're doing so they can see what they're doing. So the new people can pick up their craft, can practice their craft, and can build on an apprenticeship system, if you will, and they can gradually build up. And then in a few years' time, we will have a pool of talent, which is practice, which has earned its place, but which does represent these things. But no, instead of that, they say, right, we'll get the marginalised in, and that's it. We'll put someone who's written one episode of one show in the last 10 years, and we'll make her usually lead writer on this show, rather than actually putting him in so they can get the practice. And I think that's where a lot is going wrong, is that they're just putting people in who do not have the experience because they just want instant gratification.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd like to make a comment really quick to Carol Judy's remark there, and I agree. We're continuously at this point we're getting introduced to characters most of the audience really hasn't heard of, or at least most of the normies that they're actually making content for haven't even heard of these characters, and we're just getting flat out introduced to them in a weaker form than their original representation. So it's like a double don't do that.
Yeah, what they did to Moon Knight was unforgivable.
Oh God,
unforgivable.
Well, the comic book was having a go at that too. What they did to Moon Knight after the 90s was disappointing to most of its original fans too. So it was like it was already a contaminated property.
That seems to be the thing. I mean, I've not been a comic book person for 20, 30 years. I still read comic books at times, but I know not near as much as I used to. But from what I can see, from what I hear from people who still are, that seems to be the thing across the board, that they're just going down and going down and going down. Mm-hmm. And if you pardon me, and the quality is going down, the sales are going down, and yet these are the ones that the creatives decide to push forward. I mean, how many times was it that Captain Marvel had been rebooted?
Yes, many.
Something like
many, because she was an unlikable character in the comic. She was an unlikable character in the movies.
Of course, yeah.
Yet, there we are.
Yeah, but they do these things, and I believe, I'm not sure if I heard that about Ms. Marvel as well. Again, another character that wasn't doing that well. The character was rebooted a couple of times. So why go for these ones? But yeah, as you were saying, Stephen, exactly the right thing to do. Unless you've got an established character, the MCU did it right. They came across. Yes. They had they had some big name characters, and then they did the 2 or 3 of those films on their own. Then they brought those in together. But that's when they then spun off the other characters that weren't quite in there quite so much.
I compliments to the, just in case anybody forgot, because Colin, what you're talking about is right on the money. The original first 3 phases, or 2.5 at the worst of MCU was an incredible run. The very idea that we were introduced to a character that only comic book geeks knew about, Falcon, and they made Falcon work on screen. They didn't just make him work. He was awesome on screen. Yeah. He was an incredible character right out of the gate. The idea that they made that work at all is a miracle all by itself. So it's not like that they can't. It's that they won't.
Yeah, they're never gonna have that magic again, or at least probably not in a lifetime that I will be around for. The lightning in the bottle they caught with Iron Man, then all the way through, with the exception of Captain Marvel, and quite frankly, Endgame was an okay movie. Infinity War is a much better movie, but that group of stories together, again with the exception of Captain Marvel, were exceptional. Well, and to do that again, they don't have the patience to do that again.
Yeah, I don't.
No.
Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, I don't want to correct Roman. Iron Man wasn't Disney at first; it was Paramount.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, it was still Marvel at that point, though. They
Yeah,
were
it was
still,
Marvel. Yeah, that's
you know,
I would say it's RJ, the redemption arc from being the, what was it called, the Brat Pack, or whatever they were, back in the days when they had the heydays and all the drugs and all that nonsense. It was literally his comeback, and he embraced it thoroughly, pretty much like Viggo Mortensen. You understand why he is Aragorn in Lord of the Rings.
Yep.
He read the books, he read all the appendices, he read the Silmarillion, he read the Hobbit, just to understand it. He even spent hundreds of hours just learning the language just to get into the role of something.
Yeah, and another
Today,
note about Aragon, about that log on that fire. He went through the sword training, and on his first day, performed the sword on top of the watchtower. That was the first day of filming for him, and he performed like a champ, said his sword trainer. He said, "I've never trained a more capable actor in my life," he says. And this is the guy who trained Darth Vader.
Well, I think it depends. If you've got to have the right the right attitude, I think, for your actors. I mean, I was on a stream earlier, on one of the streams earlier on, and don't know if anybody remembers the Dresden Files, but the Dresden Files came up, and Paul Blackstone, the actor in that, who was also in the Arrow, was Detective Lance in the Arrowverse. When I actually looked up on his IMDb, his first film appearance, so about 3 years in the business, was in a Bollywood movie, for which he spent 6 months learning Hindi. You know, that's the sort of dedication, dedication to the art that he had. He spent 6 months learning Hindi, a very different language to one he was brought up in, just for a role in a film. As you said, you know, you get these people that fight these things. I mean, Stephen Amell, the guy that played Arrow.
Yeah.
I believe he again, he did that because I believe he also started doing those things, and he actually did a lot of the stunts, and he did actually learn a lot of the martial arts parts of it.
Yeah, first season of Arrow was amazing.
I will jump in there. While I hate this whole thing of privilege, I'm one of those that I want to see what this planet has to offer. I have friends from literally all over the globes, and if they're not friends, they're colleagues through work. I'm fortunate enough or privileged enough that I have that position. And I'm always curious about what they're doing. But this whole woke nonsense, before I answer Grand Moff's question there or statement, it's you should go out and explore. So many of the people that I grew up with have not even left the hometown. They went to the school in that town. They stayed in the town. They got the job in that town. They married in that town. They got the family in that town. They didn't even explore. And for them, an adventure is going like on a holiday to Spain.
Yeah.
That's their maximum exposure. But I will say this, Gramoff, you will get more comment later on, because I have watched it, because I got encouraged to. So I will add comments on the ROP later on. So don't worry about that. There will be a few statements on that.
See, she brought up Doctor Who, which is just damn dangerous.
No.
Notice that she spelled who with a lowercase w.
Yeah,
no, it is now.
What?
Dr. Y.
And just to make a statement to the chat and to the rest of the panel, I have been a middle of the road, standing on the fence, trying to make peace between aggressive forces my whole life. So to see my fandom and their enemies fighting so strongly over such trash is just a disappointment as an intellectual. the things that we're arguing about these days, it's like would have been like a 5-minute conversation 10 years ago. And now we're spending weeks discussing it. It's just so boring at this point. I mean, unless you're Mauler, of course, where you could spend 5 hours just,
Oh, you're selling him short. His streams are like 7 hours long, but it is just such an amazing thing to follow someone else's thought. I don't always agree with him, but it's amazing to hear someone just lay out the thoughts, the ideas, the conceptions, all of that.
Yeah,
and that's why
as if he went to college for logic. He's just an awesome critic.
Yeah, but this is why I like being a geek. I love Star Trek and Spider-Man, all that kind of nonsense. I like it for one reason. I want to hear why you like it, why you say it's like, okay, didn't fit me. It's like that went wrong, and I'm not accusing anyone of being wrong. I just want to hear your perspective on anything. Or you might actually bring up something I have zero clue about.
Right.
And I'm going, it's like, okay, this is interesting. I will pick this up and I will try to figure out. It may not be for me, but that is where I think you go from someone that is just consuming it to someone that becomes geek. Could be wrong, but don't know. What do you guys think?
Well, I think a lot of this, certainly for folks like us, we're passionate about the things we love, the things we grew up with, those franchises, those properties. And to see what is happening to them is, to say alarming, is an understatement, because it's not just these ideas that are getting destroyed. It's the reason that these ideas are getting destroyed. You know, tear down the myths. That's what's happening. These are our modern myths, and they are ripping them down in front of us.
Yeah, it's sad that we have to witness this crazy, square in central Berlin of 1936, bonfire that we're witnessing before our eyes, that we can't even participate in intellectually because they've just condemned us as a whole. It's like, don't you guys see what you're doing? Don't you guys understand that, like, you've made The Lion King unwatchable? But don't you understand that Pinocchio will now be looked at through this lens first? I don't understand I don't think they understand what they're doing. And if they do, it's truly monstrous if they do understand what they're doing.
I think they do. I think they know exactly what they're doing. You brought up a really good statement. This is the equivalent of burning the books, except it's burning the ideas. It's all digital properties, but they're doing exactly the same thing. So that we don't have those images in our head anymore. Of the things that we love. We have their version of it, which is just monstrous.
Yeah, they've actually labeled the old ideas as verboten. And I use the German word correctly in this statement because that's what they've made.
I will have to correct you on that. It's verboten, but go ahead.
Apologies, I am just a Yank.
Okay.
No, you're absolutely correct. But because you used this, I'm using it correctly. It's like, no, it's verboten.
No, you're not. It's verboten. There is no V. The V is a W.
Oh, God.
In German is pronounced as an F.
Oh, no, you're getting in with the geeks here. I will say
you started by correcting.
No. I will say the one that has the more Germanic base in my original, or the language I grew up with. It's like Colin said, the F is slightly in there, but the V needs to be carried across. So it's verboten.
Yeah.
Colin went back in time 600 years and came back with fire in his heart. He's got fire tonight.
I had to spend 2 days in Wales. What do you expect?
Yeah, I'm not touching the Welsh language whatsoever.
I'll tell you, you saying that what was really good is one of the young ladies who's recently joined our group is a teacher of Welsh, and we were doing the way our shows actually work. we always end up having a fight at the end. But because we're in Wales, basically, it's a tournament. You've got two sides. One is the English and one is the Welsh. And obviously, we let the Welsh win because we was. But this young lady, unfortunately, was only with us for one show of the two over the weekend. But she was actually speaking in Welsh. She was just winding up the crowd in Welsh, which was fantastic because two or three of our guys are actually Welsh who have got of Welsh ancestry, but most of us didn't, and it was great. We're coming up making, it was really good. But as I said, I mean, I could do. I want to learn a little bit of Welsh, but you need to have a cold to be able to pronounce it.
And Kel Lynch is, more than a unicorn. What is it, Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw? I think it's Ravenclaw, isn't it?
Yeah, nobody wanted to join Ravenclaw. Everybody wanted to be, was it Gryffindor or Slytherin?
Yes, but what they defend are the intellectuals and the truth seekers. So,
But this is why I like this panel. We have such a widespread of people joining in. Not just the panel, but the chat is always on fire, and they definitely kick our butt if we get stuff wrong. Especially when me and PJ are fighting. Especially when me and PJ are fighting.
Well, the unicorn is the symbol of England.
No, Scotland.
No, the Scottish one is Scotland is the lion. If you see the British coat of arms, you've got a lion on one side and a unicorn on the other. The lion is Scotland. The lion rampant is actually Scotland, and the unicorn is England.
Okay, I might stand corrected then, because I was always under the impression that for Scotland it is the unicorn, for England it's the lion.
Okay.
And PJ's not here to defend himself.
No, I'm
pretty sure he will pop in and it's like, go away, guys.
It was either PJ or Toad Feature who told me that. I knew that, but I wasn't actually realised about the unicorn. But you may be thinking of the quote 3 lions unquote. Now, in that case, why is the lion rampant on the Scottish on the Scottish royal flag?
Well, this is where it gets confusing. For me, the 3 lions has always been the Finnish, whereas the 3 crowns has been the Swedish.
Well, the 3 lions are actually technically leopards, which always makes me laugh. But okay, I'm going to put a timer on here so I don't go on for the next 3 hours giving a history lecture. The three lions, as in what we think of the 3 lions on the English crown, on the English coat of arms. They are one of, if not the oldest known coats of arms. They actually belong to Geoffrey of Anjou, who married Matilda, who was the daughter of William the Conqueror. As in the anarchy, the father of Henry II. So it goes that far back. That's how old the leopard's couchant are, or the lions. They're sometimes they're called these days.
Colin was there 3,000 years ago.
I was.
Colin, are you sure you're not part of those wizards? Well, I'm kind of spoiling what I will be talking about for my pick of the week, so to speak.
I think this is a perfect time for a toast.
I will preface this as saying that I can see it on the back panel I have at the moment, so I could probably click the correct thing, but
if you're
we will probably break the stream.
If you're talking about the ones I think you're talking about, you could be correct. I just might happen to be slightly older than I look. Well, let's put it this way: that avatar of mine, I posed for the original.
Colin, I got carded last week going to Sainsbury's just buying some weak cider. I just needed it for cooking, not even drinking. It was like just for cooking. And they just was like, "Oh, yeah, you have to prove that you are 18." Just went. And it was a kid, probably not older than 20. So I'm actually I have high spirits. Apparently, I don't look older than 20. So I'll take
I've
it.
got that before when I was buying a pack of cigarettes. The woman knew me for years, and I'm thinking, I'm in my 30s.
Yeah, I'm a regular at this supermarket. Most of the staff there, they greet me when I'm just walking around the aisles and just picking up food, and it just goes like, "Oh, hi." And this guy just was like, "I need to see your ID, age verification."
That's when you throw the Captain America line at him. You go, son, just don't.
Oh, but it was bizarre because I have been carded a few times throughout my life, but I grew up in the era where you didn't need a card. I was like 10 years old when I went across the road to pick up from the petrol station a pack of smoke for my mum. They didn't care because they knew my mum. Okay, obviously smaller community, but they knew I was her kid. I'm picking up for her, not for me. Sadly, today I am a smoker, but that's a completely different story. But there was no questioning when I was growing up. And by the time I actually had the legal age to buy it, I never got carded.
Yeah,
Sorry.
the whole anti-smoking vibe these days falls on deaf ears in my case because, you know, although I understand the problems medically with the practice and the habit of being addicted to nicotine, with all the body positivity, with all the drug commercials, with all of the global shaming of like anybody concerned saying stuff like, "Oh, working out is actually being anti-fat," you know, I'm just sick and tired. It's like, come on, don't you dare tell me that I picked up a bad habit when you've introduced a dozen in the last 5 minutes.
I mean, I'm not in London. I think Alex is closer to London than I am.
Yeah.
But the mayor of London just went like, "Oh, that girl is way too fit," as in physically fit. She's worked out and everything. Is like eating healthy and everything. Sorry, you can't put her on an advertisement saying that if you use these supplements and you're someone that likes to work out, you can be beach body ready. They actually banned that. And I was like, why is that such a wrong thing to be aspiring to? Okay, if you're getting to our age, and my dad always teased me, it's like, just you wait until you hit 35. You will not be able to get rid of your beard gut.
35. Those were good years.
They were good years. But it's like, these people that they put up on these adverts, they are exactly like us geeks. We spend hundreds and hundreds of hours on our collections, on our comic books and everything. They are geeks too, but because of that schism in the 80s, it's like it's a sport jocks, and it's the comic book or computer geeks and whatnot. And it's like the fat, lazily, slovenly. I mean, one of my colleagues could probably step up to Arnold Schwarzenegger in 1969, and the judges would go, "Okay, maybe not Arnold. We could probably pick him." But he's geek through and through. IT and everything. He just happened to have that fortunate capability of balancing. He goes to the gym more hours than most of us work in a week, and then still have that IT geeky knowledge level. I find it absolutely amazing. I will say there are a couple of others that you definitely go, it's like that guy works in IT.
Yeah.
Well, to your points, the whole body positivity thing, I get it to a degree, but not the way they're doing it. Think of that in the same way that we think of our intellectual properties that they're crapping all over.
Mm-hmm.
They don't want you to have something to aspire to. Fat and lazy is not a way to live your life, unless you want to live a shorter life, which is what I expect they want of us. When they're offering up the bug diet and taking away our ability to drive. So they're not looking out for our best interest when they're throwing these things out there as the new norm, which I hate as a term. So that's what it's all the same thing. It's just different versions of the thing.
Mm.
Yeah, and I agree with you, Roman, that this is not a judgment call. It's just, and I don't have any issue with it. As a matter of fact, there's a point that I've been trying to really wrestle down in my own head, and I think I finally solidified it into something stateable. And that is this notion that we don't really know what the agenda is. We don't really know what the end game is. But what is being done in a terrible, misleading, and destructive fashion is that they are bringing confidence to a group that has been confused for several decades. And I get it. I get it. People that are overweight have been discredited publicly, just to themselves, even if it's not voiced. Minority groups have been segregated by politics and misunderstood opinions and cultural differences. I mean, all of these things are actually valid points. And we were making a massive recovery. But recently, they've made it sound like we haven't been doing anything for a century. And that's just not true. It's just not true. But I respect that body positivity is out there. I respect that, diversity is a necessary evil of the day and age. I just don't like the way they're going about it. You do not make somebody a bad guy just to build yourself up. That's what a bully does.
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing.
Absolutely. I think, Stevie, you hit that right on the head. Yes, someone might have trouble in life. So suddenly the shit went wrong. Something they loved got destroyed. Like we're having now. I'm amazed that this entire panel isn't like 60 pounds heavier because of all the stuff that has been destroyed. Because I would definitely go on like the cake and hamburger diets from watching all the nonsense going on lately. It's just like comfort fooding myself. But you shouldn't judge a person from where they stand. I mean, what is it like? It's 70 years ago now. They judge a person by the content of the character, not the color of their skin.
Right.
It doesn't.
Well, they've reversed
just
course on
limit
that,
it to
haven't they?
Well, it doesn't limit it to skin, size. Oh, you have half a leg. You need to have a wheelchair. That is exactly what that meant. You let them talk. You give them the time to speak. And that is, for me, what the whole thing of, hey, come on, join us.
Right.
But then again, I grew up a Viking, a Norseman. A Viking is what you do, going out and having fun with other people's property.
That's a t-shirt.
But it is, when it came to the longboards, to the town halls and everything, everybody that was in the community was included to sit down at the longboards to join it. It didn't matter that, sorry, we whisked you away from a town we completely plundered in the early 800s. You're now here in this village. You get to sit at the table because this is now the feast. This is now the time to just relax and enjoy things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And I think
Alexander
that
did
is
a very similar thing too on all of his exploits. I mean, yeah, there were brutal times, but there were brutal times all over the place back then.
Awkward pause.
Yes.
I do apologize. I'm supposed to be the conductor and just going I need to, but I also need to keep tabs on the panel because they are on fire.
See, I now we understand how to keep Jim half quiet half the time. Give him a job.
You will never silence me. But I
Yeah,
might
we
go
know.
squirrel.
Yeah, the chat is on fire tonight. You guys are writing paragraphs and
Yeah,
short stories out
Stephen,
there.
Stephen, you did bring up a really good point with that whole with the business. And it's I think the same statement can be made of most things. If you're having to tear someone down to build yourself up, that phrase, and that's what's going on. That's what's going on in nearly every part of our culture at this point. Is they need to tear us down so that they can climb on top of our bodies, much like ghouls, really. But there is nothing, and I think the movement that happened in Germany many years ago proved a lot of points. There is nothing more dangerous than mediocrity, given a bit of power.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're seeing a lot of that. I mean, I'm going to I'll leave the politic part out, at least as much as I can. There are people who are doing things in positions that they are completely unqualified for, other than a physical or gender aspect.
Right.
And that's it. And that's, like I said, that's kind of across the board as well. It's not just, in politics. It's in a lot of places. We need to have one of these and one of these and one of these in the checklist. And with the checklist, you're not getting the best people. I don't care if the best person has a freaking horn coming out of their head, if they're the best person. But that is gone by the wayside in favor of other. And that's the tearing down part that is, frankly, I think, killing society.
Yeah. They've completely reversed course, as you said, on two of our most precious commodities, at least in the realms of Christendom, and I know in the realms of Buddha. They've completely reversed course on two notions, and that is the golden rule of judge people as you would have them judge you, and do not judge a book by its cover. And yet they've completely, like 180 degrees solid, reversed course on that. We're now judging a book by its cover. We're now altering the cover so that the contents of the book can be now judged in the way that the person who wrote the book wanted. I mean, these are terrible ideas. We should not be labeling based on first sight. We shouldn't.
What I find particularly interesting about the side that is all going on about diversity is how basically, no, they're not. They're just collectivists. They treat, okay, you are this, therefore you must be the same as everybody else who is this.
Yep.
All gay people feel the same way. All coloured people feel the same way. All disabled people, the one thing it isn't is diverse.
Yeah, it's ironic that they're using the word diversity.
Yeah, diversity is not. Yeah, I'm going to say something, and it's probably going to not sound great, and if I get canceled, fine. Diversity is not good. Unity is good. Unity of a country is good, and that's not what we have in like I said, most places now. It's certainly when we talk as a nation, in business and entertainment, all you have is tearing apart. That's diversity. Diversity is separating. Unity is bringing together, and we don't have. You have camps now. Your tribalism, and that's what we've been reduced to over the last. I think 10 years has been more high speed than before, but the last 10 years have been definitely setting us on that track.
I will echo that one, and I think it is you can have a diverse crowd and bring them to unity, but if you then split them up again into diversity, you lose the whole context of it. But I will give you this when it comes to the whole thing of equality. Who do you think would win in a fight on anything? Mid-40s Jim the Viking or 18-year-old Jim the Viking? I think I know the answer, but I would like to hear the input there. So mid-40s Jim the Viking, traveled back in time and trying to convince Jim the Viking at age 18, hey, if you do this, you're actually going to be a bit more happier. I don't think I would be able to convince the 18-year-old myself.
No.
No.
I think in answer to your earlier question, what both Roman and Steve were talking about, there was a very old phrase: "United we stand, divided we fall."
That's a funny
Diversity
thing.
is a form of division.
Yep.
Or,
It's
I'll
literally in
rephrase
the
it.
word. Ironically.
Voice.
Well, it's like in Princess Bride. You keep saying that word, but I don't think it means what you think it means.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Exactly. And yeah, someone needs to imitate that character. Inconceivable.
Yes.
We
still
have a bunch of them. They're running the country now. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll stop that. I'll stop. I apologize. I can't help myself.
You know,
They
I
make it so
remember
you're talking about.
in the earliest days of the internet, when we were just, America Online and instant messaging and all that jazz, it was so exciting to find a small little space on the internet where everybody was preaching to the choir. You found your closet of people, and it was really enlightening, actually, to find so many voices speaking in unison about something, and we became united as small cliques online. So I get the theory of what's going on right now, and but they've actually flipped it into a weapon, and it's just a damn shame that diversity is now divisive.
Yes.
No, because remember, we were the nerds. We were the outcasts when we were younger.
Yeah.
I was a theater nerd in high school.
Yep, me too.
I wasn't in band, but I had a band because heck, I didn't even want to deal with the band people. Little joke. No offense to the band people out there. But so do I get being, shat upon? Yeah, that was high school. And of course, things change. You change. Your perspective on the world changes, and not terribly long ago, a colleague from way back in high school days who I hadn't seen in 30 some odd years was out visiting in San Diego. We're friends on the Facebook. And he hit me up. He's like, hey, would you like to get together? And in high school, we didn't really speak almost at all. He was a football player. He was a jock. And I was the nerdy theater kid. And we had like a 4-hour dinner just talking and laughing and everything. So perspective, I guess, is a good thing that I think most people don't have anymore. They don't have the ability to think beyond this far. But that's just me. I'm old and grumpy. What do I know?
Old and grumpy? Nah, not you. I mean, what is it? Jack Lemmon and what's the other guy? I love the
Odd Couple.
Mathol, yes.
Jack Klugman.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it's called, but I just loved the banter back and forth between those old guys, and they had that rivalry. And
they had grumpy old men. Yes.
Grumpy old men, and one of the best insults that I've ever heard came through that. It was like, "Eat my shorts."
I thought that was Bart Simpson.
They probably used it too, but it came from that one.
That's certainly who I associated, but I think you're thinking of Walter Matthau. I think Jack Klugman, was in the TV series.
I'm sorry, I was thinking, because I was thinking in my brain, I went to The Odd Couple, and I don't know why, because Jack Lemmon and Walter Matthau were in The Odd Couple, the film version, and then they were in Grumpier Old Men so many years later, which is just a delightful movie. Burgess Meredith is such a freaking treasure in that movie because he's like 1,000 years old, and he is hilarious.
Yeah, everybody forgets that
Penguin.
Walter Matthau was a friggin' sex symbol back in his day as well.
Yeah, I can't believe that, because when I first saw him, it was like that. It's like clay upon clay upon clay, like layer face with like wrinkles and deep stuff. It's like he was a sex symbol. But
yeah, back in the
hey,
day, man, he was,
So was
for
Henry-
real.
So was
Yeah,
Henry VIII
no.
when he was a kid.
I saw it, and he looked good in his younger days. But I got introduced to him like through Grumpy Old Men and the
Right.
Murder Mystery, where he started looking older. But still, excellent dialogue delivery and all of that stuff. Classically trained, capable of delivering all of that persona. He was acting. He was not just bringing himself. He was actually acting.
Yeah. The stage trained actors were really of a totally different caliber than we've seen for the most part in our lifetimes.
Ryan Gosling.
And back in the day, a character like him, the ladies allegedly couldn't resist, because he was well dressed and he was supremely confident in his craft. And those are two huge benchmarks for any male actor.
I will quickly have to address PJ's comment there, but sorry, PJ, we do have a full picnic here. We do not need the meatballs.
But I will bring the meatballs if you want me to.
Hey, the meatballs sausonara or picanoro or whatever it's called. And I know I will have the Italian mob after me after the stream for that, but
well, the Swedish and the Italians have something to agree on with our meatballs.
Yeah, the Swedes will say you do it wrong.
Ours are bigger. That's the thing.
It's not about it being bigger. Meatballs is a kid's dish in a restaurant.
Whoa. I'm going to come over there. I'm going to solve this problem for us.
Yeah, well, the part of that equation that you're missing is that the Italians will forever be young at heart.
Yeah, I agree with you. The Italians I met throughout my life, there is a guy, I think he was like 40 years older than I, and my God, he was like an 18-year-old kid, like running around. It's like, oh, let's do this. Let's go to this pub. Let's like this party. It's like, dude. It's 5:00 in the afternoon. We're just getting started.
You're damn right. They're just getting started. That's why he was running around like a chicken.
Yeah.
All righty. I think we have some business to attend to, Mr. Jim the Viking.
We're aiming to it a bit early, but I do see that Alex is here, and he is the one that proposed it. I will say I am 100% behind him, because I think this is such a significant historical event.
Yeah.
It is not just isolated to our tiny little island. And it is the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. And I personally would say thank you for 7 decades of service, not just to the British people, but for everything that she had to step through and everything that she needed to endure. Scandals, horrible decision that needed to be made. Even though she's supposed to be apolitical, she obviously needed to try and guide and be. I don't know exactly the statement she said when she actually accepted the crown, but she said, "I will be here as a servant for you, the citizens."
Her 21st birthday, I think it was. I think she was. I'm not sure if it was when she had. I've got a feeling it was on her 21st birthday, or it might have been when she was 25 when she inherited the crown. She promised to dedicate her entire life, be it short or long, to the service of you all, and she did.
Yeah, and I will say, I I work in IT. I've been working in IT for a quarter of a century, 25 plus years now. I have no desire of working for another 50 years in this industry, but she set her mind to it and made it happen. And till her last breath, she was living up to all the standards she promised on that day. So I will say, I'm raising a toast.
Can I just say it, Jim, please?
Go ahead, Alex.
To us gentlemen and everybody in the chat, God bless the Queen and God save the King.
God save the
We
king.
raise a toast to
God
you.
save the king.
Cheers, gentlemen. Cheers.
And I wonder how long it's going to
What's
be
that,
before
Alex?
the words King Charles actually sound appropriate for modern day.
Good
Months, I think.
Well, I'm opening the floor to everybody else. I just made my speech up on the spot, but I will say, as someone that moved to United Kingdom on purpose, not migrated. I moved here because I wanted to live here. The culture, the people, but most of all, the guidance that came from up atop. I've always admired that since I was literally 5 years old. It's like, that's really amazing. That's a strong character. I will open up the floor to anyone else, that even you guys that are not on the soil, shall we speak, or in the country. You may have seen a lot of different news, and you may have heard about the paparazzi hunting the royal celebrities. Feel free to share your thoughts.
Roman?
Well, yeah, I was going to thank you, Stephen. So, I mean, we're the British folk and the Americans are clearly not far removed. She was a true leader. She represented something bigger, and she always stood by the ideals that she was expected to, and did not stray from that. It's something that I wish our modern leaders would emulate more. I said in my broadcast the other night, the stars are a little less bright for her passing, and I absolutely stand by that.
And enough has already been said. You know, my condolences go out to the country, including your brothers and sisters in Canada as well, because I know more than a few Canadians in some of the chats and panels I've been wandering around through. And they too are feeling it. You know, there's of course mixed opinions because we are talking about a royal family in this leaderless world that we live in currently. So it is a tremendous loss. But I would like to clarify a word that is being used. And in my opinion, and I think Colin could back me up on my Latin in this regard, the word royal, not royal, but ruler. It's my understanding, and this is due to my studies in astrology and the Latin languages that get attached to it. The word ruler was originally supposed to be meant in its engineering form, and that is to measure yourself by. A ruler was someone you looked up to measure your character by. That was the role of the Dalai Lama. That is the role of a ruling house, to grant the people a vision of how you should conduct yourselves, how to be a gentle soul, how to be a noble soul. And these royal families were supposed to be paragons, a paradigm of a family to live by. And there, of course, has been historical missteps, but nonetheless, those families and their image guided us to the kinds of characters we hold superior to this day. And that is nobleness, gentleness, and consideration. So cheers to the ruling classes.
Like you
I
brought
raise
up
a
to do
toast to
exactly
those,
that.
then.
Go ahead, Colin.
I say, well, to the point, brought up to do exactly that. To actually dedicate herself or her generation before to actually do that, to actually lead. As she said, to get not dedicate herself to rule, dedicate herself to the service of her people, which is 56 nations, 56 states, the member states of the Commonwealth.
Yeah, up till 1997, it was including Hong Kong.
Yep.
They're leading by the example, aren't
something
they?
like that, but I will have to put something up on screen, and I do apologize, PJ, but you did give me the authority. And I do have to be the part of like the British sense of humor, having a little bit of fun,
Let's do it.
despite it being a bit of sadness. So I'm putting this one up on screen now, PJ. I know you may come and hunt me with a crossbow in about a week's time, but it is the autocorrect on his iPhone.
I'm nearer than Steve. I'm nearer than those guys, and I've got a longbow. Just saying.
I need to run faster. He did correct it later on, but it's just funny that he did get in there. And his autocorrect did autocorrect him again.
See,
Just
the funny
had
thing
to
is I
put
can
it
hear
in
him
there.
saying it in my head. It's the worst part.
Yeah. It's like trying to
Our
give
buddy.
us. It's like trying to put a quotation to Siri to spell it out for you, and she comes out with a different sentence.
Yeah, we're doomed.
Oh,
Ironic
goodness.
quote from 3PO.
who was also British, by the way.
Yep.
As most of the Empire was, when they got away from proper speaking British accents in the Empire, that's when it really started to fall.
Okay, well, we're not alone. According to the one I just managed to draw up, the population of the British Commonwealth is 2.5 billion people.
Wow.
Yeah.
I actually had any of you been to Hong Kong before?
No.
Yeah, I was there, Gandalf, 3,000 years ago. So I went in the mid 90s as part of the job. I
Wow.
loved it over there. I thought it was a hoot. It does always remind me, or I guess Blade Runner reminds me of Hong Kong. Walking through the streets of Hong Kong. That vibe is everywhere, except with the animals hanging in the windows and such. But it was a very fun trip. And there is a pub over there, the Bear and the Bull, which is kind of it was there. I don't know if it is anymore, which was an iconic British pub in Hong Kong. And we dined there, and it was delightful.
Yeah, my only experience with Hong Kong was all of the times I saw it in the original Men from U.N.C.L.E. Oh, no. I Spy, the television series I Spy with oddly enough, the two members of the I Spy team were a white guy and Bill Cosby as the most intelligent man in the room. So, so much.
Stop making things up, Steven. Stop making things up.
I know. Maybe it's the the Mandelbrot effect or whatever it's called.
Wow. Did we want to do picks of the week yet, or do you want to hold off on that? Awkward silence.
I think we lost Jim. Did he fall asleep already?
Is Jim asleep? Jim, wake up!
Jim, speak to me, Jim.
Damn it, Jim. So,
damn it, Jim. I'm a panel member, not a friggin', not a host.
Well, since I guess Jim's on a short break, I attempted to watch Thor: Love and Thunder yesterday.
I'm sorry. And
I say attempted because I watched it in two parts. I watched part of it earlier in the day, and then I had some guests come over. It is one of the worst films I've ever seen. It is objectively bad. Taika Waititi is a terrible director in the Marvel universe. It is juvenile humor. It's basically fart jokes with Thor in it. That's what the whole movie is.
Damn it, you flicked it too hard.
Yeah, fart jokes with Thor. That's all. It was freaking dreadful. And then I tried to watch it after my guests left, and I would say I lasted as long as 15 minutes, and then it just didn't keep my interest anymore, and my brain shut off, and I fell asleep. Not good. It's an irredeemable movie. It is. I actually enjoyed the first Thor movie. Not everybody did. I even liked The Dark World. I enjoyed seeing Christopher Eccleston as the elf.
Oh, sorry.
And I liked Loki. I still liked the movie. I know it wasn't a great movie, but I still enjoyed it. This movie wasn't a great movie, and I thought it was a complete steaming pile of poop that came out of one of the giant goats. It was bad. If you haven't seen it, I recommend you don't. It was free on Disney, and I was like, okay, I'll check it out. And I wish that I had not. I wish that I just had the vague image of a bad movie in my head instead of the burned in image of the bad movie. So don't watch Thor: Love and Thunder.
I get the same gist, but I discussed this with a colleague who is a lot younger than I am. These new films works for them, and I'm using them not as a pronoun, just to hide who them could be. And they say, I really like this. I'm going, okay, you didn't go through the whole Star Trek since 1960s. You haven't seen what really emotional and like well-built and well-developed characters are. You're not seeing aliens. No. So you have no idea the difference of the alien versus aliens. Alien is supposed to be very psychological, like build up to the expense, whereas aliens is full on action.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah, this didn't build on the Thor mythology. If anything, it damaged it even more. And the Jane Foster Thor story, which I've talked about, is one of the there was a comic book story in 2014, and no one liked them. They Mary sued her. Suddenly she can fight and has all these abilities. You know, Thor, despite he had the hammer, but he also had fighting skills. He didn't just pick up the hammer one day and become this amazing fighter. It doesn't work that way. None of unless you're a Mary Sue and you're suddenly better than everybody else because you suddenly have this one thing. That's what they did with Ms. Marvel as well. Disney just, they can't write. Disney Marvel cannot write. And the younger people, what aren't they doing, Jim? You know what they're not doing? They're not spending the money because they don't have the money. They need to look at their target audience and who is actually paying to see these things. You know, whether it's Disney Plus, you know, as a parent, I have it so my daughter can watch things. I end up watching things because I have it. It's incidental. If I didn't have it, I wouldn't get it to watch She-Hulk. I would have to pirate it from someone else like everybody else does. But anyway,
I wouldn't pirate it.
Who's paying the bills is what I'm saying. All these properties.
Yeah.
No one, you know, the young folk who you think you're making these movies for aren't going to your movies. They don't care.
I mean, I've not seen Thor: Love and Blunder, and I've no wish to. But I mean, one thing I've got one change I would like to make and see what the result is. One clip. Swap out Chris Hemsworth for Natalie Portman in that bit where he's chained to the floor and his clothes get blown off.
Well, you're objectifying her.
But even as a dude, I have to admit it. It's like, okay, I would love to have that physical form.
Well, definitely. Well, that's the point. That's what I'm saying.
Well, he's an ideal.
Yeah.
But Colin, I get your point. It's objectification if it's her.
Yes.
If it's him, well, that's just funny and part of the story.
I can do.
And it's
Yeah.
also such a glory to look at those yams. Good God, those legs. Look at and that back and those arms had me
Now
blushing
you're
the whole
objectifying him,
time.
Stephen.
And the tattoo.
That scene was completely to objectify him. But then again,
Absolutely.
it was actually Windology that brought me in on the Taika Waititi thing. I really liked the early stuff, but there has been no development since then whatsoever.
No, I liked Ragnarok visually. I thought it was cool. Story-wise, I thought it was just complete garbage because it destroyed so many things and characters acted in a way that they should not have been. But visually, yeah, it looked cool, but that doesn't, that only goes so far.
Yeah, and not to continue to harp on being the middle of the road fence walker, but I think we need to diversify our language a little bit and stop using the word garbage and come up with something a little more creative. Because granted, it is all garbage, but I think we should flex our vocabulistic muscles for the sake of geekdom in general. We could be a little more highbrow about this.
Compost?
I think, using the word trash as opposed to garbage all the time, that which should be refused. I mean, refused.
Waste pile.
Yeah, there you go. See,
Rubbish.
Rubbish is good. I like rubbish.
Rubbish is nice. I like rubbish.
Toss
Not
it on the fire.
Not compost, because compost is used for looking grow things in compost.
It actually has value.
That's right. It can't be compost.
Yeah.
It has value.
Now, a slightly short four-letter word for compost, a specific sort of compost. Yeah, one that one could hit. Yeah, that one I could use.
S-hit.
That's the one.
Dumb.
But no. I think we covered this earlier, and I think it's about time to roll it around to the Let's Talk Geeky. And I feel this is almost like extra sensory thing, because I was thinking of bringing up picks I've had, and I'm spoiling it a little bit, but I'm not show and tell just yet. But I've chosen a very specific topic, and we've kept to it, or at least dipped into it quite throughout the show. And I just went, who's having a webcam installed in my flat and just watching what I'm picking out to show on the stream? But you've been quite spot on for my pick of the week. But I'm going to try and be as professional as PJ. So if we're moving on to the pick of the week, I'm going to try this now. So
And
everybody keep calm.
Pick of the week.
Hey, well done.
There we go.
Also-
I managed to succeed. But I'm not going first. I'm not going first on this one.
At least
Oh,
you
no.
didn't press the self-destruct button. That's to know.
Well, so far so good, and I know you guys were just haranguing me on the Twitter feed earlier this afternoon. I was like, I'll try to do what I can. But whoever wants to pick it up first, go ahead.
Well, I've got nothing this week, I'm afraid.
Oh no.
I have something, but it's a little bit of a rehash. But it's actually out of the box now. I was expecting a delivery today, and that hasn't come because that would have been far too convenient. So if you'll remember, I think it was last week I had brought out the Parallax figure, Hal Jordan, Green Lantern. It is. I actually broke him out of the box. Really dig the figure. I actually did and you probably can't see it super
Can we
well.
pop them full screen, Jim?
Jim's gone away again.
We've lost Jim.
I'm
Damn it, Jim.
reporting him
Nobody
to
can
our
come.
elders.
But so I did a repaint of the. That was there we go. Thanks, Jim. So I did a repaint. Come on, camera, work for me here. I did a repaint of the head to make it comic book accurate because for some reason he came with black hair, which this character does not have. He's got a big white strip underneath his brown hair. And remember, he's a bad guy in this form.
Yeah, I was going to say Parallax is an evil.
Yep,
incarnation,
Parallax
isn't
is an entity that possessed Hal Jordan and made him start changing time. And I think I mentioned the 0 Hour comic books were based on that because Hal was his city, Coast City, was destroyed. And Hal was being driven mad by this entity, Parallax. And he was trying to bring it all back. And he was just causing ripples and ripples and ripples through the timeline, though. And so that's what you got. He comes with the clever, of course, the little power battery. This isn't a particularly good version of the power battery. It's all right. I think the color is neat, but it doesn't look as accurate as others that I have. And you'll be surprised that I have others in the collection. So that's my semi-lame pick of the week because, like I said, it's a little bit of a rehash, but my other stuff didn't show up. So sorry.
Yeah, it didn't see last week, so all new to me.
Wait, what happened?
Who's next? Anybody?
All right, next one. Don't make me have to bring my stuff out because I'm hoping to kind of save it for the last.
Jim, if you could go into the DM for Let's Talk Geeky, I just dropped 2 photographs. If we could have those 2 photographs.
Give me a couple of seconds, please.
I brought another ancient gem out of my collection. These are some older photographs. I will not prompt it until they get shown on screen. I collect some pretty eclectic things.
It looks like it. Let's see if I can do this correctly without being an idiot. Chrome tab.
He sets high expectations for himself, kids.
It's way up here.
I believe if I do this.
Aha! There they are. Lovely. These are, at the top, a contemporary form of pre-plastic disposable 3D glasses. The 2 representatives underneath are from the mid-60s.
Wow.
The second photograph shows the back end of them.
Is this what we were talking about when they started to try and bring in 3D cinema?
Yes, these are from the earliest days of 3D, when they were doing full color separation as opposed to the blue and red or the green and red versions. These were just like the contemporary versions where they dilated the image based on depth perception.
Wow, I didn't know they were doing that back in the 60s.
Neither did I until I came across these. So these are, historical landmarks, artifacts, if you will, of the 3D history.
Do you remember when they were trying to make the 3D TVs? That wasn't terribly long ago. They never really caught on, which I think I'm grateful for. I haven't seen that many 3D movies. When I saw Captain America, the First Avenger, that was a 3D presentation. I don't know if I prefer 3D though, because they always like to throw in those shots where something is flying at the audience, the obvious things.
And I just heard from a gentleman who saw the presentation of Jaws in a new 3D format. And he was basically like, it was hard to watch. It made the film hard to watch. He said it took about a half an hour for his brain and his eyes to adjust to the type of 3D they were doing, which is a travesty all on its own. You missed the first half hour of the movie. What I know,
that's such an enjoyable film. I'm impressed they brought it back to theaters. I'm really glad they did, but it also shows you how desperate they are for good material to be on the big screen again. We talked about that a little bit the other night, Stephen.
Yeah, quite a bit. It's a shame. I don't think this technology is ever going to work until it becomes an on-screen event. No glasses required.
No glasses.
Well, the thing that gets me is, I mean, we're not halfway there now, with the sort of VR headsets now that you get.
Well, that's actually a bit of a
But-
trick because the lenses in that operate as the same way that one of those old Victorian devices for 3D images. So
Well,
the cameras are presenting two separate images, which are
Yeah.
for each eye, and the lenses are doing the rest.
And
So I don't know if it's going to be if that's the same thing.
Well, no, so I was just thinking that it's because I'm trying to remember a few years ago, my brother-in-law had one of the early ones for Christmas. He let me try it out, and I was playing an alien shooter. I can't remember, but I know it was quite 3D. I'm just wondering if that might be the way that it would, the only way you could do it, because that sort of thing obviously does give you a degree of 3D. Or the alternative, or the other thing, of course, is literal 3D and a hologram.
Yeah, I think what's going to be required is some sort of a chamber that has some depth to it already, and some sort of a you can see the top one actually says "coming at you." Hysterical, isn't it?
Hollow suite?
No, not necessarily a hollow suite, but a space where layers can be presented at different resolutions, so that like the way they film layers in animation, where the cells are stacked up on top of each other, and they can actually do a pan focus between those cell stacks.
All right.
I think something like that, where it's actually existing in the monitor, but as some sort of a trick of distortion that gives it more depth than is actually there. Something that doesn't interfere with the eyes, that doesn't lend a mechanical assistance, but it's all done on screen in a chamber of sorts. Yeah, something holographic, perhaps something nanotech might be involved, where bots are flying around in an atmosphere. I don't know, but yeah, it's a difficult thing. It's a chore that I don't even think needs exploration as far as R&D is concerned. We don't need it.
Well, we would talk. Well, I say we. I mean, I was in the chat last night. Mr. Brand Alliance were doing chatting about the Dread 3D movie.
Yes.
Which one was 3D?
The Carl
The
Urban
2012 Dread movie with Carl Urban.
Carl Urban. Okay, I didn't realize that was a 3D movie. I didn't see it in theaters.
I didn't either. But no,
Yeah.
I thought it was, but apparently it was completely 3D. The Judge Dredd movie rather than the 2000 AD movie. Because the Carl Urban one was the Judge Dredd movie. The Sylvester Stallone one was the 2000 AD movie.
Right.
It was Judge Dredd, but I mean, but I would say in as much as I would say that, oddly enough, the Stallone movie was a lot more was a lot more true to the comic aesthetic, more characters, but the Carl Urban movie was probably truer to the character.
Yeah.
And even though we're saying, half of that, they made a deliberate decision not to make that basically it could have been lost. It could have been any city 10 years in the future in the Dread movie.
Yeah.
It's a deliberate decision on their mind.
What a terrible thing that is. To the director's credit, he did do a lot of work, and spoiled a lot of the budget, actually, in trying to reinvent the wheel of the 3D camera. He did a lot of work on trying to reduce the scale of it. He was able to do off-shoulder footage, so he had kind of a, like a journalistic camera that he could bring to sequences as a 3D pack that would go on somebody's shoulder. So they did spend a lot of time to really try to get the 3D right, and it was one of the better attempts at the 3D rendition. So I give the director at least credit for trying.
Yeah. Which, I mean, I also never saw it. Somehow I never saw it on the TV, so it was done with a 3D effect. Because it is, again, it's. I mean, the thing that is it's something that a lot of people are saying that it gave them headache, especially trying to watch it at home rather than cinema or something.
Yeah.
So if you make something in 3D, I mean, I said I did ask. I did wonder if what one of the reasons that the Dread movie flopped at the box office wasn't perhaps because it was only in 3D and was therefore, I would imagine it was a lot more expensive, and if people just didn't want to spend that much money or didn't want to go and see a 3D movie, I wonder if that put people off.
Yeah, well, the added price was definitely a bad move on Hollywood's part.
Right.
But I had the same issue with the high bit rate for Hobbit. I walked out of the Hobbit primarily because my head was about to explode.
Yeah, I don't know
what it was
they were
about it,
thinking
but there was
with
some.
that.
Yeah, there was a flicker effect that was
The
almost
look,
like a
the
strobe
look of that
effect.
movie was terrible. Absolutely terrible.
I couldn't even tell. My brain wasn't registering the images properly. It was weird.
Yeah, I didn't like that. And my son, young Jake of the Empire, he can't do 3D movies. He's one of those folks. He'll put the glasses on and he'll come out of there with a migraine. Just not everybody's brain can do the thing, as the primates, as Thad called us.
Yeah. And I agree, Grand Muff. Carl Urban was, God, that jawline was able to carry that whole film on that jawline.
I love Carl Urban so much. There's almost nothing he's been in that he has that hasn't been at least interesting. Even the terrible Chronicles of Riddick. Carl Urban's character was interesting. That movie was not good.
Him as what was it, Death Eater or whatever they called.
He's a necromonger.
Yeah. He lifted that. He's even greater than the Emperor or the missus that want to create trouble.
He's certainly more interesting to watch. His delivery is very good. Like I said, as an actor, he played a good part in a bad movie. But I mean, he's been in so many things.
Now that we've seen him play Bones as well, no credit to the Star Trek universe, but here's this guy that we've seen with like scruff and grime and eyeliner and all that armor and swords, and then he's playing Dr. McCoy, and it's just like, wow, this guy has some chops. This guy's got
he
some
was
chops.
He was doing DeForest Kelly playing Dr. McCoy. He did a great job.
Unbelievable. What a great job he did. He really brought charisma to the role, too. Always.
Yes, I mean, all of them. And also, Star Trek movies, that's more subjective. In my opinion, not good, though. I don't like... J.J. Abrams hurts my soul. He didn't used to.
And by the way, Matt, you're absolutely on point. I didn't want to make a fuss about it, but, how dare you tread on the Chronicles of Riddick? I'm sorry.
I don't like them. I loved Pitch Black. I thought that was great. And I actually liked, I think the last one was just called Riddick. I thought that was a really good movie.
Chronicles of Riddick was to a sci-fi fan a guilty pleasure. We were able to forgive it of all sins. Because the sci-fi was so extraordinary in that film. The new technologies,
I didn't like what they did with
weapons,
Jack.
The philosophies, all the different armor patterns. It
you
was
know what
awesome.
They should have done? They should have made a movie about the necromongers and not used the Riddick character in it. It's like they shoved the Prison Break movie and the necromonger story, two unrelated things, into this hodgepodge, uncomfortable bit of puzzle making.
Yeah,
that's my opinion. Like I said, that one's more subjective. It's not like nearly anything from Disney Plus.
I saw Pitch Black, but the main thing I remember about that Claudia Black was in it. I didn't see any other movies. They just didn't grab my interest. But and before you start, I've been a sci-fi fan than most of you guys have been alive. So stop whinging. But we all like different things. Yeah, I might. Yeah, I might.
Mostly because of the armor and the medieval idea that it's supposed to be like Catholic Crusaders in space.
Ah.
Except as a death cult.
Yeah, as a death cult. Yeah.
Which religious cult isn't a death cult? If you die, you go here, or if you've been bad, you go.
That's right. If you stay in the box, you go here. If you stay outside the box, you go there. Yeah, yeah. I agree with you, Jim.
See, Miranda loved Pitch Black too. Pitch Black is a lot of fun because I think I had probably the same reaction almost everybody do. It was completely unexpected. You went into that thinking maybe sci-fi action, and you got a lot deeper of a movie than I ever expected to get. And I loved all the characters in that movie. Even the bounty hunter was an interesting character.
Yeah, they all had backstories. They all had arcs. It was really great.
It was cool.
And again, good sci-fi.
Yeah, but I don't like what they did in, like I said, Chronicles Rick. I just didn't like what they did with the characters in general. But I did like Riddick, even though the necromongers were still in there for a minute. Most of that story was him on the planet by himself, and that's a hard thing to make work. But I thought they did a good job with it.
Yeah, that was fun, especially when that bounty team comes after him. Boy,
yes. Oh, that was
grief.
so
Those
much
poor
fun
dudes.
to watch.
Those poor dudes were doomed. As soon as they set out on their mission, they were just doomed. It's so much fun to watch.
But wasn't there a reuse of characters between the second, first one and the second one? Because the bounty hunters were trying to get him.
Good God.
Yeah, but I just found them so comedical. I would literally have thrown a 5-year-old, and I don't mean this in a bad way, a 5-year-old girl ahead of these bounty hunters, and she would just go, "I'm running away and telling my mommy," and they would have been defeated.
Well, yeah. There was a diminish in returns.
You had the two teams, though. You had the more pirate-like team, and then you had the ones which had almost more of a paramilitary setup.
Yeah,
but it was fun. They made an animated,
which was also good. It was done by the same guys who did Aeon Flux, same animation crew.
Yeah, yes, and that was again fun to watch.
Yeah.
So I mean, these are Pitch Black. I think is brilliant. The second one not so much. And the third one was just fun, and the animated one was fun as well. Next time I am explaining the fascinating history of how. Oh, all right.
Did you get crucified?
No, I'm just reading. I'm reading Thad's comment down, and it's good. So it's one of those things. This would actually be a fun, expanded upon topic for a show. The whole Riddick story arc. Because I think that's something we could probably talk about for a long time.
Yeah, I understand what Thad is talking about in his next comment to Roman. Next time I'm on one of your free form shows, ask me to explain the fascinating history of how Pitch Black went from Riddick being a throwaway character to the main character of the franchise. It is fascinating because nobody expected him to be so charismatic, so intimidating, and such a unique anti-hero as well. Yes. He was a lost soul of an unknown race that had been hunted. You know, he had all of the earmarks of Robin Hood and Aragon, but he was a very anti-hero. He was a vicious, brutal character that you just did not want to get in the way of. So they unleashed a character onto the world and didn't expect it to turn into a franchise.
No, and nor did you know his motivations.
Yeah, I don't even know if he had any motivations other than just don't screw with me.
It was badass. That's what the film was about.
He was going to survive no matter what. It was noble that he helped anybody survive as well.
I would say you're far too polite. It was like, don't screw with me. There's a lot harder words. It's like,
I completely agree, and they went through my head very quickly before I came up with, don't mess with me. So, yeah.
Well, since I'm the captain of the ship, I would say you're okay to use a little bit hard language because that will more accurately describe the character that we're talking about.
Well, great horny toads. Sanafrassin, Rassin, Frassin, Frassin, Rassin, Frassin.
And now we're in a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Yeah, but it is what's the abbreviation? Dillygaff. Do I look like I give a
2?
No, it starts with an F, but I stopped.
It's going so badly. It was going so well, and then we just derailed right off the freaking cliff.
Yeah, this is not
But-
a
but,
study in etymology. We're not trying to do word talk. This is you don't need to expand my vocabulary. Believe me, I grew up on the streets of New York.
No. I was
Bad.
just told off by the panel that, I'm blaming the Americans. No, I don't. Some of you have like most amazing vocabulary where you go is like, instead of bleep, 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 it's like that can be shown on, what is it, Teletubbies. but an adult will go, yes, I have this morning.
Oh Lord!
All right,
it's too
Jim,
bad
you've
Vin
kept
Diesel,
us in tension long enough. Now is the time to reveal the
Oh
pick
yeah.
of the week.
Oh, I should probably
Jim,
kick you
Jim,
from the
Jim,
stream.
Jim.
Well, maybe you too, Robert. But I don't really have the physical pick of the week, but I do have a pick of the week that is physical that I've started exploring. But let's get into the what did I actually watch for the geeks, and it's like, okay, this is entertainment because the rest of the stuff will just make you fall asleep. I just need to find the correct buttons and everything. So please give me a few seconds. No, it's not
Brace
slides.
yourselves, lad. Jim's pressing buttons.
Yeah, we're going boomer territory here, so I'm definitely going to F things up. Right. I've had an extremely hectic work week, so the few downtime moments I've had has been completely digital. And the first one that I watched is this one.
I saw
Okay.
part of that. I never actually I got into it for quite a while.
I kind of like it because it has the whole army moving event, trying to figure out do I obey an order and everything. So for those of you that haven't seen it, think of it like Hunt for Red October. The captain gets information he doesn't really trust. To the left, you have someone that knows more than the captain does. And if you're a captain of a ship, that's a big effing no-no. If you're a captain of a ship, you need to know where you're going, why you're going there. And to the right, well, you got Jane from Firefly. And he's a little bit like that, but is a little bit more Navy. He has a little bit of toughness to him. He wants to jump into action, but he also realizes, and he does follow the command of the central character. But the central character literally just like, I got stuck out at sea for 6 months. What the heck do? I have no command. Everything is falling apart.
I hated those uniforms so much.
Yeah, they look tacky. I don't know why.
I don't know why we did that, but we did. Man, I was so happy when we ditched those and went to the green cami. It looked the green digital camis. That was my last uniform. And I was the blue ones were just they were just a travesty. They were an embarrassment to us, the country, the seafaring folk of the world. They were dreadful.
No, come on. Okay.
I have
Considering this week, I will say the United Kingdom has the greatest navy on the planet, but you should not really go to like punch the nose of someone in the U.S. Navy. Just
I was the U.S. Navy.
Yeah, if I came up as like
30 years.
But if I came up as Jim the Viking and I punched you in the nose when you're standing in a parade, and I don't think you would take that.
I love the Navy. I hated that uniform. We had some of the hokiest, wonky uniforms. Our dress uniforms.
Oh,
were
you're
good.
you're talking about the shape and the fit and everything, because
No,
we had the
literally,
N.
this stupid colored uniform was horrible. It's not tactical. It's just goofy looking,
Why
and
did you
we
use
all thought
camel?
we all thought it at the time as well. Then we went over to the green digital camis, and everybody was like, "Okay, this looks so much better," and everybody calmed down.
Jim,
Oh,
that-
you're talking about the visuals, because obviously all naval ships are just like this matte gray.
Yeah.
So
remember,
obviously you
they
shouldn't
didn't
have
use-
a camo uni walking across the deck, because you would stand out.
Well, no, I mean when we're out to sea anyway, most of the guys, the boat folk, the actual people who run the ship are just wearing blue coveralls with their rank insignia on it. The aviation folk, we have for the chiefs and officers, we have just a kind of a khaki colored utility pants, and we wear different colored jerseys depending on what our job is. I had a green jersey because I was maintenance. Red is ordnance, white is safety, all that stuff. So your ship
So you were
uniforms are
Starfleet?
very different anyway. What's that?
Yeah,
you were Starfleet.
that's where they get it from.
Um, yes and no. They
I
had much better uniforms. And
No, I was
definitely
going to
better
say
food.
I hadn't actually known that. Steve. I realised it was based on the U.S. Navy, but I didn't realise you actually had different parts,
Yes.
different colour.
Yeah, and for that's really specifically for aviation folks. Everybody else, like I said, they wear the blue coveralls at sea. And then on the flight deck, your color jersey designates your job. Like the purple guys, we call them grapes. They're the fuel guys. The brown shirts, yellow. They're brown shirts, yellow shirts, red shirts, white shirts, green
I've
shirts.
seen some of that on aircraft carriers. Yeah. Jim, that remind me that show the last, wasn't that one of the end of the world ones where they were out at sea and the world and the world fell apart, wasn't it?
Yeah, so the last ship is they get secret mission. They get sent to like the Arctic. They go out, they dig a hole through the Arctic, and like try to dig up like 100,000-year-old like viruses or whatever it is. And the captain is kept completely in the blank why the scientists are there, but the order is
about
there.
half the first series, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say it is an okay plot, but it literally has that virus will kill people. You have Walking Dead.
Yeah, I say because there's a series of books by John Ringo called the Black Tide Rising books, which are a very similar concept. They're about sort of navy or navy military based, and the zombie apocalypse. Is what that was. I was thinking. I thought that reminded me of it when you brought them up.
Yeah, it essentially has that race against time. You've been out of touch with the world, and when you come back, you realize that there is no government, there is no White House, there is no United Kingdom, and you kind of have to try and find survivors, and the survivors you find, most of them are crooks or like former drug lords from South America. Stereotype, by the way, trademark from 1980s with Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's like, oh, you're Saudi Arabia, and it's like, It is that kind of stuff, but it's well played in the last ship. I really enjoy it.
So how long are the seasons? How many episodes?
As far as I'm aware, there's about 3 seasons of it, and it's really well played. There is tension, and there is what PJ hates. There is a risk to an established character's life.
It's too dark. It's too dark, Jim. It's
not too dark. If a hero
dark for
just
PJ.
walk in and goes like, ta ta da da. Sorry, that is not a superhero for me. A superhero is someone that gets put between a rock and a hard place and may have to suffer the consequences. And I do apologize, PD. I know you're not here, but Spider-Man is one we love, and Spider-Man had to choose: save a lot of people or save your girlfriend.
Just wanted to throw in, based on Colin's remarks, I just looked it up. The show, The Last Ship, is loosely based on a 1988 novel by the same name, written by William
Wow.
Brinkley.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. I might have actually read that one.
There's a wiki page for it as well, and it is in the genre of post-apocalyptic. Whether or not the book is similar is another story.
So speaking of which, Walking Dead is coming back on for its final bit. I stopped watching it some time ago. I don't know if anybody is still keeping up with it.
I probably stopped watching it about 15 years ago. But no. I mean, I like the premise, and one of the human side bad guys that was in there. He was trying to get in with the hero and the hero's girlfriend or wife or whatever it was. He was the guy that went on to play the Punisher in the TV show that came out, and I really liked that because
John Burtnall. John Burtnall is a fantastic actor. I'm glad he's kind of like the opposite of Frank Grillo. We met him in The Walking Dead, and he has made a ton of projects since then. He's another one of those actors. I love pretty much everything he's in, except for the HBO series We Own This City, which is kind of a loose follow-up to The Wire. It's a police series based in Baltimore. He's the main character on the show. He's a bad cop. I don't like the show, though. So I feel bad because I like him as an actor, but I really don't like the show. He also has a podcast that he does called The Real Ones on YouTube.
Well, definitely have to check that out. But
he's just interviewing
when you began describing that came into my head like I'm trying. It's Michael Chiklis or whatever.
Oh, that was The Shield. That was the fat guy.
No, not The Shield. I came across Michael Chiklis in The Commissioner, but The Shield is where I went like, holy fucking crap! This guy can act, direct, produce, write.
Didn't he also play the Thing in the two?
Yes, that does. Yes, he played the Thing.
That's what he did.
They can't all be.
Young Griffin movies. Yeah, I remember the Commissioner.
Yeah.
The commish.
The commish. Yeah. Well, looking at the Shield version, the commish or the Commissioner, I kind of got him seeing the depth of level. It's like Katie Seagal going from Married with Children to Sons of Anarchy. For him, it was just him going from I'm a police officer to I'm Alf, alien life form TV show back in the 80s, to being a brutal, vicious, like almost Punisher level cop. Because that's what he is in The Shield. And I love actors that can do this. That is like very friendly, funny, nice, and then suddenly you just like, holy crap, that's really dark.
Well, not everybody has range. Ryan Gosling, I'm talking to you, Ryan Gosling. Not everybody has range.
Well, you look at Bryan Cranston, the dad in Malcolm in the Middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then the other main role is Breaking Bad. I mean, in fact, he was also in the John Carter movie for a short time.
Poor John
He was
Carter.
in Godzilla film for a short while, why not?
Say again?
He was in the Godzilla 2014 film for a short while.
Yes, he was, wasn't he? Yes, he was.
I don't think I'm familiar. Oh, the Godzilla. Yeah, the problem. They lied in the advertising for Godzilla, though. You thought you were getting Bryan Cranston for the majority of the film, and you had him for what, 7 minutes?
Was he in the first one and got killed off in the second one or something?
No, he was in the first one, but
first one.
Oh, well, okay.
He had such a good part in it, and kill him off halfway through the movie.
Yeah, that was disappointing. That was very disappointing.
And oddly enough, I was making comparisons last night with John Carter and Dredd, both very badly published, both suffering bad publicity, on
Mhm.
both. Certainly, from a normal audience point of view, perhaps suffered from being badly titled.
Hmm.
It might have been, and I do apologize to the chat because I completely lost track of you because you're talking about 10,000 cats at the moment.
Oh,
think that's to
I
do with
have no
multiple
idea where
games.
you guys are going, but it's still my pick of the week. And since I'm captain of the ship, I will try to do the share of the screen again and hopefully not boomer the stream. So my next thing, and I know I said I watched it, but I didn't really talk to it, I believe. And we have 4:37, so it should be this one.
Did you finally watched it?
I actually am kicking my butt that I didn't watch it when it came out.
I went. Yeah, I went. I saw it. I saw it in the theater 3 times.
Yeah, I absolutely love this one. There was absolutely none fuckery whatsoever going on in this one. And it had as I actually got flashback to when I first put on the green suit and strapped the boot up and was like, fall in line. And then my sergeant just walked out and do this, do this, do this. That's not correct. That the whole thing. But I will give something I did not expect from this film is being a very cheeky homage to a film that came 40 years before it. You kind of see it, but you will only clock it if you actually watch the originals that came out in 77, was it 79, and 81. But this is one of my surprises this year. I'm okay with Tom Cruise being the actor, Live Another Day or whatever it was called,
Edge of Tomorrow,
Edge of Tomorrow. Yes,
which I
that was
recently watched because we talked about it the other day.
yeah. That was an amazing one. It's like, holy crap! That is actually it brings entertainment, it brings risk, and you do understand there is that whole loop, but still there is that. There's
did anybody
development
watch
of
any
character.
of the? Have you watched any of the behind the scenes, the makings of, for
Of Edge of Tomorrow or Top Gun?
yeah, for Edge of Tomorrow?
No, I haven't.
I
I
have
heard
not
they're making
seen.
a part 2 though,
There's-
which I'm very disappointed by.
There's a brief documentary in there that shows Tom showing up for the pre-production of the film several months in advance to noodle away with the engineers to make the suits,
Cool.
to make the power suits. And he put his own time into assisting them with fitting the engineering to his body and going through all the maneuvers to find out if the apparatus could function on camera because he wanted an on-camera effect. So that's the kind of man Tom Cruise is. And then he proceeded to put everybody through training that he developed on how to move in the suit and what you could and couldn't get away with in the suit. So it's a pretty epic little documentary, and it just goes to show why Tom is Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
Yeah, I very much like who he's become. I didn't like who he was.
Well, I saw a clip yesterday of Tom Cruise promoting Mission Impossible, I think the 7th film, and he was on top of a biplane. Well, actually standing there, no parachute, just holding on. And as soon as the plane takes a nosedive down, he's still holding on for dear life, and you think, what a guy.
Wow, just like Buster Keaton, man. Some of these contemporary guys are literally, they really have. Anybody that does their own stunts or at least asks to do their own stunts, pays their own insurance, perhaps. These are some top-notch characters, man. We should really
This is
honor
why
them.
Jackie Chan wins every single day, Steven.
I agree with you. You know, it's an interesting earmark to make with action films of the 80s and 90s that
Yeah.
if you look at the pantheon of action heroes of that time period, they're all foreigners. Arnold Schwarzenegger, Jackie Chan, Claude
Jet
Van
Li.
Damme, Jet
Mm.
Li. You just look down the list. None of them are Americans. I mean, with the exception
Sammo
of
Hung, by
Stallone.
the way, I will just throw him in there. Although I probably couldn't lift him because it's like this amazing. I mean, you have Jet Li and Jackie Chan, and then you have Sammo Hung that could eat the two of them for breakfast. He's got that size, but he can do exactly what they do, and it's like I loved him. I absolutely loved him, and every time he posts, it's like, oh, Jackie Chan and Sammo Hung, I'm buying it, 50 quid. Okay, I'm not having food for next week. I'm buying it.
Stephen, you brought up a really good point about actors like Tom Cruise. Who is an up and comer? Who is an up and comer now who is of the same caliber as a Tom Cruise or a Brad Pitt, even, who
Well,
I like now, and I didn't like him when he was younger either.
I'm going to throw the idea out there, and then I'm going to let you finish with your statement. But, Chris Hemsworth has put the time in. Granted, he's not getting the same caliber of roles that he should. And we've
You're right.
mentioned a few other action heroes of our time period, too, that just undeservingly are living through a history in Hollywood where they're just not being utilized.
Yeah,
The
you're
guy who
right.
played the Punisher, the guy who played the villain in Captain America, Winter Soldier, these guys really got some action chops, and they're like, Jesus Christ, what's his face who played Superman? He is a top-notch actor who has put the work in, and he's not got the roles. They won't even let him play Superman.
Right. So
they're out there, but they're not being utilized.
Yeah, because you have Helmsworth, you have Chris Pratt.
Yeah.
You have these guys who are very capable, and of course Henry Cavill is brilliant. But you're right, they're not using them. Why aren't they using them?
Partly, I think, partly in some cases because of their perceived political views.
Yep.
What do they want to give you on the screen? They want to give you not an ideal.
No,
Which is what you get when you have these, basically they're alpha characters. You don't want them to look too big. You don't want them to be too strong. You don't want them to be too good looking. All the things. I mean, hell, you don't even have actors like Bruce Willis anymore. Bruce Willis isn't even Bruce Willis anymore, unfortunately. Yeah. But for his time, he did great. But then all the other. But Tom Cruise is like the last of the movie stars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There isn't someone else, at least nothing is coming to my mind, who can still carry that clout and make a good product, and who is getting hired to make movies.
I will say that when it's announced, the new Sherlock Holmes movie, we're going to see Robert Downey Jr. just flying all through his Trunket tour. So, I could see him really bringing the heat and being very, very snarky and telling and bitch slapping interviewers and saying, we're not going to talk about Iron Man. I'm here to talk about, Sherlock Holmes. Okay. So just shut your yap.
And ideally, he's going to be talking about the movie, which is something that usually when actors are getting interviewed about films now, they're not talking about the movie or their character. They're talking about how diverse the cast is, and this was the first of this, and all the other bullshit that we don't want to hear.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, then again, I mean, if Marvel have their way, by the time the Sherlock Holmes movie comes out, everyone will have forgotten about Iron Man anyway.
Yes.
Hopefully. Yeah, but the press will never let him forget.
He's still there.
I think he's going to have a smoke again.
Did we lose Jim again?
Yeah, I was going to ask him to bring out the picture.
But you were going to say something, Alex. I'm sorry. Did I?
I was going to bring out the picture.
Bring it on.
Here, Jim is back.
Go on in.
Where did you ping it, by the way? Because there's so many tabs open.
It's in the bottom box. where it says share image, right?
Oh yeah, I see it.
Okay. Oh, wrong picture.
Oh, come on, you bastard!
The great panda incident of 2022.
Yeah, I was going to say, look at that picture, right? I don't want to show the clip, but he's just holding onto the camera.
Yeah.
The camera frame. Nothing, no straps, no CGI, and he's just there saying, hello, everyone, and you can't hardly hear him.
But we're talking Buster Keaton era.
Yeah.
That is like, okay, let's try get this done. Yeah, I might get dead, but I'll try it anyway.
I'm waiting for the day he goes into space. That's the thing.
Yeah. Wasn't Buster Keaton? Who was the other one who did that?
Well, they all did. A lot of them did their stunts back then.
Yeah, no, where he has the barn falls on him and the
That's
wind.
Buster Keaton.
He's Buster Keaton. Was I didn't think it was. But yeah,
he's the same guy hanging from the clock. He's the same guy dropping wood pulling up wood in front of the train. Yeah.
Well, for some reason, I thought it was someone else. I thought it was Howard Lloyd. I was getting him confused with Howard Lloyd.
I think that there's some crossover with that kind of stuff going on screen, because back then they were all daredevils. The whole damn industry was a daredevil at that point in history.
Yeah, back then they didn't have the equivalent of
CGI,
did they?
I watched a clip that Cinema Gulp had put up. I don't know if any of you other gentlemen are familiar with Cinema Gulp. He's a local California YouTuber doing his thing in the YouTube verse, but he put up a full clip of Tom Cruise doing the speed run in front of the his younger folk, telling them that he can do the time, and he just does a speed run for shits and giggles. And I'm telling you, man, watching his face get pushed around by the G-forces on camera was so special to watch. God, it's like, you cannot achieve that with a green screen. It's just impossible. So kudos to those guys. I'm talking about Top Gun Maverick, of course.
But not only kudos to those guys, it's CGI, when done properly, adds value to a film. But these days, they're doing what they did to the video game industry. Video games had limitation. You got 8 colors to play with, but you had a reason to complete the game because there was a story, something was developing, and all that. These days, it's all like first-person shooter. There is no story to it. There's no content to it. And there is like 70 million people playing it because they just go, I just want to go like pew, 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 pew. There's no story. There's no content. Just like, I killed you. I'm done. Whereas they had that story back in the days, and something I am mourning the loss of is World of Warcraft, because I was a massive World of Warcraft player, because they gave you a game and holy crap, did they follow the rules of Dungeons and Dragons. It's like you went into a town and you were almost killed getting into the town. So you healed up and everything. I want you to hunt 20 ostrich claws or something because I need that for my stew or something. They didn't really tell you where to go. It's like, where do I find these? It was you going back out and explore.
Mm-hmm.
Films do not do this anymore. If I take one of the films that were really scaring the crap out of me, it was Krull. Krull, I believe the spelling was.
I remember that one.
That was that cool multi-bladed weapon that he threw.
Yeah, the one that confused me as to what a glaive was for 15 years. I didn't know what a glaive really was till I became a bloody reenactor. That's not a glaive. That's not a glaive.
It looked scary. The end boss for us that do RPG, the end boss really looked scary. But we have end boss in stories as well. It's like, oh, this is the biggest, baddest guy. Something I loved about boss level is just the freshness of it. But was Mel Gibson really an end boss? He wasn't really, was he?
Mel
As
Gibson
great
is.
as he is, he wasn't really the end boss.
What movie are we talking about now? Because Mel
Boss
Gibson
level.
is always the end boss.
Boss level. That's the name of the film. Boss level. And
Okay. All right.
So,
That's one I haven't
Not
seen.
Mel
but-
Gibson. He was a movie star in his day as well, and now he's
I mean,
you know
Mad
sadly
Max.
reduced to smaller roles.
He's having the last laugh, though. His last few smaller roles have been total hits, from what I understand.
Yeah, I still like to see him, and he had a series of kind of rando movies that were not fantastic, but I still love seeing him on the screen. I wish very much, and I'm going to go slightly off topic, that they had used him in
Oh.
Fury Road instead of Tom Hardy. I think I've mentioned that before. It would have made a lot more sense with the technology leaps that happen in that movie to have a much older version of Max than the 30-something-year-old. But whatever. They don't hire me to cast films apparently.
Right. Yeah. And it's no surprise that Tom Hardy would have been more willing to bend over than Mel would have.
Why do you say that? No, no, and I think Tom Hardy's okay. I don't think
me
Tom
too.
Hardy's not a movie star though. He's not that caliber movie star. You know when he's in the movie, it's fine. But he's not a movie star. He's no Tom Cruise.
Yeah, Mel Gibson from the very get-go in the role of Mad Max was bringing it. He was bringing it. It's like you knew he was the badass from the second he showed up on screen. It just. Anyway, when are we going live?
Come on! I can see we're live. Now you're teasing.
Poor Jim.
That joke is priceless. I stole that from somebody else. It's a
It
priceless
is.
joke.
I'd still love to get together with the bunch of you, just like in a pub, but here in the UK, the different terms and phrases and whatever it is. If we were in the States, I'd definitely have a couple of slices of pizza.
Nice.
Because you do great pizza in the States. There is no denying that. But I would have to have a pint.
Yeah, New York and Chicago wholly disagree with you. We don't consider ourselves members of the states of pizza, but although you could call them states of pizza at this point, but yeah.
Chicago has the sub roll, don't they? Something like that. I don't know what but it's still like melted cheese, some tomato sauce or whatever condiments, and then you go. But then again, I only spent like 2.5 weeks tops, as in complete days in the United States. So I can't say that I know enough about it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I live in California, and it's a common a frame of reference here in this state that you are 4 hours away from any territory you would want to set your eyes upon. 4 hours away, you're in Big Bear with skiing all year round practically. You go a little further somewhere else and you're in Tahoe, one of the most grand states of decaying granite boulders you could set your eyes upon. We're not far from Joshua Tree. We're not far from the Pacific Ocean. We're not far from wine country, just a couple of hours up the coast. It's really incredible. And 2 weeks is not enough time to see America. It's enough time to maybe see New York or Philadelphia or any one of the great cities of the country.
Far too long to see
You can't even drive across America if you land in New York and hire a car to just drive across, you need 2 weeks plus.
Mhm.
And that's just you driving to like petrol station, like buying sushi,
Yeah.
which I highly do not recommend.
Please don't
But
do that. Don't do that.
exactly, it's like that is the fastest way you can get across it. Because last time I was in the States, I met up with this Texan, and he said we don't measure it in miles or kilometer. And it's like, oh yeah, I'm popping down to the cinema. It's a 15-hour drive. I'm just what? Hey, hang on. You're driving for the majority of the day to go and watch a cinema, and you're gonna drive for another 15 hours to get home. It's like, yeah, we do that.
That's what we call the boonies in this part of town. Them be boonies. 15 hours. That's insane. That's like Brandon the anime guy time period.
If I drive
That's,
15 hours, I think I'm actually out of the state.
Yeah, well,
going
certainly
north.
halfway to Hawaii.
It's a big state. It takes like 12 hours to drive up to San Francisco from where I am. But
Yeah.
and that's all, but even if I was going to go visit Steven, it would still probably take me 2.5, 3 hours, depending on the time of day. And
Yeah.
we're not actually that far apart.
Yeah, it's
It's
a
only-
big
Well, you
country.
say not that far apart. You're 3 hours apart. That is far apart.
Yes, it
No,
is.
miles wise though, we're not that far apart. It's not even. It's what is it? It's under 100 miles.
I've just noticed something odd. Miranda leaves and Starko turns up. Not saying anything, but
Very suspicious.
Never seen them in the same place
yes,
at the same time.
when a Bruce Wayne turns, it's never there when Batman. Good evening, Starko. Good night. Good night, Miranda.
Oh, goodness. I'm gonna wrap up, guys. If I can, just before I can take advantage of the awkward pause. So we got a show this Monday. I don't know what John's topic is. I think he is looking at and Thad's going to get angry. Why musicians tend to be left leaning and woke. So that'll probably be a hot show. We'll see how it goes. And I
Hey,
think
you make sure you ping me that link, because I don't think the musicians are left leaning. They're just trying to keep hold on the crowd that may or may not be in the audience.
I don't know. Don't get me started.
Suffice to say,
I'll go
No.
on-
That is for that stream. We don't
So
do
that's
that
for
here.
Monday at 5 PST, and then next Thursday, I'm still throwing some ideas around for next Thursday. What I think I'm going to be doing is a discussion on The Thing, the novella that inspired it, Who Goes There, the 1951 film, Who Goes, The Thing from Another World, and then the 1982 John Carpenter's The Thing. We're not going to talk about 2011, but that's where I'm leaning right now. That's also 5 PST next Thursday.
Good hot topic.
And that's pretty much what I got going on right now. Thank you for Jim. You did a fantastic job. I thought the computers were going to be burning. Alex was going to be running around naked in the background. I didn't know what was going to be happening, but we that wasn't the piece.
Whoa. Referee breakout time here. Alex just gave you the sign that should have come from Colin.
That was not meant to make me feel good.
No, but go ahead.
But anyway,
Colin?
thanks for having me on this week, Stephen. I'll see you sooner than later, because we my other co-host. So thanks for having me on again. This again. It's always a lot of fun. It always really brightens my day getting to chat with you guys. So I hope you all have a good night. Stay away from the gas station sushi, and I will see you all soon.
See you guys.
Farewell,
Good night,
friends.
mate.
Take care, Roman.
You had some good comments or stingers back there, but I will say we should probably round it up soon. I'm fairly done with the stuff that I have watched, and I do not want to spoil for the viewers because I just picked up the Cobra Kai season 5. Came out 2 days ago. So far, I am still surprised that this is placed through and through. And we do have a special guest. So I think we won't round out that quickly. So here is Sadako.
Hello, Sadako.
Sadako.
Hey.
Or Sad Aku.
Sadako, yeah.
Pleasure to meet you.
Oh, thanks. We not streamed before? No.
I don't know.
No, we're still on stream. We got plenty of viewers, so welcome to the stream. And I get the feeling that if you're joining this late, you have something to add because we're at the pick of the week.
Yeah. Oh, did I miss the pick of the week?
No, you're smack in the middle of it.
Oh, right. Okay, right. Yeah, I've got 3 items to show from the charity store. Just a minute. I'm just gonna see. Stock. Complete Tenko collection.
Oh,
Let me try and get you up on the big one.
Right.
There you go.
It's a complete collection. I saw that in the window of the charity shop, and I had my eye on it for a few days, and fortunately they had it. When I had the money for it.
that's got to have the 110 years later as well. Then I presume has it if it's the full collection.
Let's see. It's got the 12 disc set contains all 30 episodes from series 1 to 3 plus the feature length reunion special.
Excellent.
Yeah. And yeah, it's a good show. I watched a bit of it in university, and I got very hooked.
God, Louise Jameson was so different from Doctor Who.
Oh yes. I mean, she was like she was the most modern of the bunch, wasn't she? You felt like she was like, you knew women like her. It was kind of quite feisty. That was the one I was hunting for, but I saw this was in there as well, and I thought, well, while I'm here, I might as well get this too. French Lieutenant's Woman. It's all right. It's a very good film.
I actually think I watched that one. That's an older film, isn't it?
Yeah.
1981. It's Meryl Streep and Jeremy Irons. It's kind of a it's a 2-layer film. Like you got this. It's basically about this. It's about this period drama, but it's about kind of the making of the period drama as well. So you got the romance between the French Lieutenant's Woman and you got this kind of forbidden romance, but at the same time you've also got like the actors playing it falling in love as well. So it's kind of a bit meta. And it's pity Wendy isn't here because she would have loved this. The thick of it. Yep. So which season is this? This is
calling out Wendy. I think you probably have PG and me as well on that one. Because, well, everything that's going on at the moment, it's such a relevant pick.
For anyone who doesn't know, Tenko was 1970s, early 80s BBC One drama series about 81. Thank you. About female prisoners of war in the Pacific. So it had Burt Kwok doing a superb acting job as the Japanese prison camp commander.
Mm-hmm.
At least he wasn't jumping out of wardrobes trying to attack you.
Yeah, but the other thing was he was. I mean, even though he was the camp commander, prison camp commander, Japanese prison captain, he was not written to be one-sided evil villain. He was written with. He was written as a character who was in the position.
Yeah. I mean, the third season kind of does there's kind of ambiguity there because in the third season, like you find out that he'd been hoarding a lot of medical supplies, so he wasn't quite as nice as he they like some people thought either. But like, and there's that kind of like Mrs. Jefferson, like she kind of has she kind of come to respect him, or has she succumbed to Stockholm syndrome when she kind of feels like she's kind of fond of him?
I mean, my favourite bit there is the last episode but one where the Doctor, and my God, does Stephanie Cole look different to anything else she's been in that again? Talk about actors and actresses who can do different roles. And she's losing her sight, if I remember right.
Oh,
temper or something. I can't remember exactly what it was, but because they've been rescued.
Yeah.
And part of it is they're trying to reacclimatise themselves to not being in a war situation anymore. But when the English officer starts trying to do something because Beatrice has she's on some she snapped at someone or something, and it's great, and it's a lovely bit where what's him turns around and says, don't you dare excuse Big B to me. You know, all they've been through together. That's something else I'm going to have to put on the bloody list of tab when we watch. Thank you. But yeah, it's back when BBC did good drama.
Oh yeah.
It's funny. This story about the prisoner of war camp. The characters seem to remind me so much of Bridge Over the River Kwai, where everybody was hyperdimensional. I mean, God, there were no villains in that story. It was like the war and the circumstance was the villain.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, they did it because, as I said, it was new. And honestly, I can think about it. So I'll go. Can you imagine any of the precious little snowflakes that call themselves actresses these days letting themselves look anything like the women did in that?
Nope.
Yeah.
Gosh. I mean,
yeah, I don't know what it is. Go ahead, Alex.
Yeah, Colin, that's what I'm saying. When acting was acting.
Yeah. I mean, dirty, grimy and sweaty and ice.
Yeah, it's like the current environment and the current dialogue. It's every time I see a makeup commercial, it just turns my friggin' blood to boil. I don't know why. It's just like, wait a second, aren't they doing research and development to make these makeups? Aren't they harming nature by making these makeups? Isn't it a waste and an unsustainable marketplace to make makeup? It's like, I can't believe you're advertising makeup. It blows my mind. I don't know why. It really just gets my goat, because it's like there's all this stuff about this superiority and that superiority and who's really going to save the world. And meanwhile, makeup and high heels. I just don't get it. I just don't get it anymore. I'm lost. But that's the end of my rant.
It's back to the day, and I know I'm cheeky about it, but MacGyver. When Terry Hatcher came into this, the cute brunette lady, all of that, and suddenly she became kind of big. The character she played, even despite she was getting a rising star on the side of it, she was literally like rising. She came back to the TV show in multiple episodes and still played that humble girl, cute, yes, but it wasn't about the makeup or how pretty she was. It was like, hey, I have something that needs to get fixed. And I think they're missing that in storytelling these days. It's like, look at Galadriel or Galadriel. Yeah, she looks decent, but we have no investment in you because we know you're going to be alive 2,500 years from what we're watching.
Yeah.
So if you're in the fighting scene, we don't care. You're not going to die.
Sorry, I just have to ask, where is PD? Where was PJ, you mean?
Well, PD has made a massive mistake of letting me be in charge of the stream.
Oh.
Allegedly, he's drinking pints as we speak.
Oh, okay. So he, all right. So he still wants to go
He's
live.
on vacation or on a trip for the weekend with the family or something like that.
It might be something like, but basically everyone on the panel and the chat, I got the power.
Oh boy. Where are the
Well,
war drums?
I will say I think I've done well so far. I mean, we're 2.5 hours into the stream, and so far I have not had a boomer moment.
You've been doing incredible considering your sausage fingers and your primitive Viking brain. I'm astonished.
All I've got when PJ comes back, I must remind him of one very old saying, of a saying that's well over 1,000 years old. And the way to slightly mean, when you first pay the Dane Geld, you never get rid of the Dane. You will get that one.
Yeah, I did get that one. I think it's partially unfair to PJ, but
No, he's the one paying the Dane Geld. He's the one who put you in charge.
Here comes the Viking. Let them do what they want to do. But even so, I will say that an amazing thank you. It's literally the first time I'm running the show, trying to share pictures and everything. Chat has been amazing. A panel. I think there's been like 8 of you on the panel totally. A few people dropping off, other people joining in. Being able to try and balance that. You guys are amazing. I will say that.
Yeah, we knocked it out of the park today. I didn't see a single bump in the road. Everything went smoothly from start to finish. Even the conversation was well managed. Everybody had a voice. It was really good. It's good times. Good times. This is a great panel. This Saturday panel is a lot of fun to be on because of the looseness of what the discussion is about and how we wander and always bring it back. Always showing fair way to each of the members of the other parts of the panel. So yeah, it's good. It's good. Gentlemen indeed.
Yeah. Well,
Actually,
the only chaos chemical missing is when should have been here.
Yeah, she.
Actually, I keep forgetting I missed last week's show. I haven't been watching much, but I have just recently finished listening to Big Finish's UFO box set.
Oh.
Yeah. And it was actually, I was a bit worried because some of the things that Nick Briggs was saying in the interviews, but there's a couple of things they're actually, all the stories are set before the series started, for anyone that knows the series. Although there are some references and there are some flashbacks, etc., in the series that are addressed. But all the main bodies take place before the series starts. But they've made some changes in it, so they're obviously rebooting it rather than just doing a prequel. There's one bit where they've not quite gender swap. They've effectively done a gender swap, but the way they've done it is very clever, and it worked because they've simply said, okay, well, it wasn't this person that got killed; it was this person instead. But on the whole, I was actually quite enjoying it. I'm certainly looking out for the second one.
Cool.
I didn't know that they did a redo. I didn't know that they did a redo on that.
Yeah, well, they redid. They've redone a couple of box sets of Space 1999, but I think from what I've not listened to both. From what I've heard, I think the rabbi was saying he's listening to them, and the second box set in particular was rather getting a wee bit woke on the woke agenda again. But the UFO one, so it only came out a couple of months ago. I'll be looking forward to that one. And yeah, that actually I will look for I'm looking for the next one. Actually, maybe end up rewatch the whole series. So as well, it was a good listen.
Yeah, that original show was pretty amazing to watch once I finally got my hands on a full box set of the original series
Yeah.
UFO. I was I had only seen it, in oh God, whatever they call it, reruns. So I never really saw it in continuity with itself. And to watch the show literally just fall off the cancellation cliff edge is actually kind of strange. That last episode just kind of levitates off into oblivion.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, go ahead.
the way it was originally shown, and I don't know what the order is on the box sets because I got it as individual episodes.
Right.
And I've got a recommended watching order because they had it was split. I don't think it was only ever shown as one series, but there was a split in production. And Alex maybe
Yeah, there was. Yeah, there was.
So what you've got is you get a lot of characters
Yeah.
disappear.
Yep. Yeah, there was a
Yeah.
9-month holdover because of a studio switch.
Yeah.
Yep.
But what they did is when they broadcast them, they broadcast them out of order, and I think and at least some of the DVDs they're out of order, so you get characters swapping in and out, and in and out, and in and out.
Right.
And I noticed it's because you look, some of the characters look in it for 3 episodes, and some, I mean, one of the things that I noticed on doing a rewatch was that when you've got the female moon-based commander, or the one we only ever see as moon-based commander, she's a lieutenant. When it's a bloke doing the commanding, it's a colonel. Now, whether that actually just means that a female lieutenant is just as capable as a male colonel, I don't know. I'd still like to know what is about the atmosphere at the moon base that turns the women's hair purple, but not the men's.
They were wearing wigs.
I know.
Yeah, but why? I never
Yeah.
understood that as a kid. I was like, are they aliens? Are they androids? Are they genetically created? Why do they all have purple wigs on? It's so crazy.
Well, what was that quite? Actually, I was noticing these things, and one thing I did notice, it sort of drove home to me something that you think for anything in this. I mean, that was made in 1969, shown in 1971, but anything I decided upon, in fact, made in the 60s, the 50s, the 60s, and into the 70s. Certainly in this side of the pond, I'm not quite so how much would when you're saying most, if not all, of the men involved in the making of those things would have done national service. And as an ex-signaller, I'm sitting there, and the voice and the radio uses in that series, in the first series of that series, are absolutely fantastic. They get everything spot on. Because one way to drive a signaller mad is to use over and out, because I mean 2 different things. But I've noticed on this everything, even the way they said the numbers, it was, and I think that was written by someone who was written by someone who's signals trained.
Yeah.
And
it's something I miss from science fiction, and I've mentioned this either on this panel or another before. I miss the procedural of military activity. Guns to full strength, coming to angle, Captain. Bring the elevation to 14 degrees. High power round on this shot. High power round. See, hi, Captain. I miss all that procedure, all that pomp and ceremony. It's great.
Yeah. I mean, it's they.
That is what I was bringing up, that I watched The Last Ship.
Yeah.
Does bring a little. I've actually been on the naval ship with all those commands being fired back and forth. I was an observer, but it was still that whole thing: move that, do this, do that. The thing, the crispness that they do does not reflect the Hollywood, because they want to make it fantastic. Even back to the days of Hunt for Red October, is just slightly off, and to use the naval term, off keel. It's
Yeah.
not on the dot. It's just close enough.
They have, in some ways, they have to make it so it's going to work for an audience. I mean, there was a comedy show a few years ago now called Bluestone 42. It was a British show, and it was basically about a bomb disposal unit set in Afghanistan. And I don't know how accurate it was, but there were a lot more. There were some things in that I thought, no, you wouldn't get that lax, you wouldn't get that interaction in a military unit. But I don't know. I mean, it's possible that an inter-unit, an inter-core unit like that perhaps would have changed. I don't know. Some changes, especially something that's close to the unit. But something that stood out that I felt, that does come across for me, from my experience, even though my experience is 40, 50 years ago now.
This is a very interesting statement made by Matt here about the wigs in UFO series. That's an excellent production note, because that explains everything. That completely explains it to me. It was a budget concern. We'll just throw wigs on all of them, so this way they always look fabulous. No concern. Done. Moving on.
In fact, I think there were maybe only 2 or 3 episodes where the characters, where any of the women from Moonbase appeared in an episode set on Earth.
Yeah, there were quite a few.
Well, I mean, because the only I can think of one where Gay Ellis is brought back after one of the pilots has been killed.
Yeah, the computer affair, I think it was.
Yeah, and there's one much later on where that
was the one with the photography, where they were trying to photograph the alien planet.
Was it? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
No, I'm not sure. But,
back on Earth for a brief period.
Oh, what? And the other one I remember was there's one where they're looking for a sunken UFO base.
Oh, yes.
Straker says he wants the best submarine crew, and he's got Nina, who I think is the only character who's actually in Moonbase all the way through. She, for some reason, is brought down, and again, she's got her natural hair rather than the wig. But I think they're the only ones that I can remember offhand.
Yeah.
Where the females, and I'm not sure. I don't think. Think about it, there's one where one of Phantom's Veronica Lake goes up to Moonbase, and I don't think she has a wig on.
She did.
Did she? Okay.
Yeah.
She did. Okay. I couldn't. I think the reason I couldn't. She did. All right. Fair enough. I was going to say, because that may have been later on, so maybe there were different requirements, different costs in that as well.
I wanted to ask the panel in general. In the last handful of episodes of UFO, they brought in a female lead, blonde hair,
one of them,
young, and they would call her the Major, right? I mean,
although interestingly, that same character in the very first episode, she is a scientist who is helping to design. I can't remember if she's doing something, and the aliens actually attack their ship. So that character then goes, and then she comes back as a character of the same name. Later on, after what's the guy's name? Played Alec Freeman.
George Sewell.
Yeah, George Sewell had moved on, possibly moved on to Special Watch. I'm not sure what the timing was. But I've got
the point I was trying to bring up is there's another character in the movie with Robert Redford called 3 Days of the Condor. He's a communications officer, and they call him the Major. He's basically like the TV, the telephone directory for for the CIA in
Oh,
this
right.
film, and they call him the Major. The main reason why I bring it up, and it's just a little thing that I like to keep continuously researching, the idea that Motoko in Ghost in the Shell, in the Ghost in the Shell franchise, she's referred to as the Major. And I'm wondering if it's a military term that I'm just not familiar with.
I don't
Is
think
there a classic personification of a character called the Major in much the
Don't-
same way that we have Captain My Captain?
I don't think so. I mean, the interesting you saying is one thing I did notice is they got a very odd rank structure because they go from lieutenant straight up to colonel. I think there's one captain in the entire series that I remember. Everyone is captains and majors, but Roman might have been aware of this one. What you do get is because captain is both a rank and
A position.
on a
Yeah.
naval vessel. If
Right.
you have someone of the rank of a captain, and my first came across this in Starship Troopers, oddly enough. If you have a captain, some of the rank of captain on a naval vessel, it doesn't matter. Even if the commander of that vessel is a lieutenant, the captain is given an honorary promotion to major because there can only ever be one captain. Because you have to know who you're speaking about when you say the captain in chain of command. So you do get a captain will be temporarily, honorarily promoted to major.
Colin,
Yeah, I was
this
just
is something
wondering-
I brought up
no.
in earlier episodes. It is I only did like a very brief stint, like 4.5 months, but 2 captains on a submarine or a hunter destroyer, whatever it is. There is one that is captain. The second one is the commander. The commander is the supporting role to the captain. They have the same rank, but one is supporting the other.
Okay.
The captain makes the final decision.
Yeah.
That's,
Right.
They still have the same rank. Both of them are captains,
Yeah. Well,
but one is a guest. The other is the actual captain of the vessel.
I think the naval equivalent would be the non-commanding officer would be bumped up to commodore. Would be the same thing for exactly the same reason that you've got a combination of captain because you imagine you've got if you've got a captain who is traveling as a guest, who's being transported on a small vessel where the commanding officer is the lieutenant commander. The lieutenant commander is still the captain.
Yeah, there are so many trickiness there. But when you go above captain and you become fleet commander and everything, a captain is a single ship.
Yeah,
a fleet commander can have 2 ships or 70 ships.
Yeah, well, I think that's I don't know. Yeah, it may be different between the way the Swedish Navy does it and the way, as on my understanding, is the Royal Navy and the American Navy. And as I say, most of this I have to admit I first picked up through Starship Troopers, so that's the US Navy thing. But the other thing is interests me. One thing I've noticed about being somewhat pedantic about UFO is I've got one problem with UFO. Sorry, I was echoing for a second there. One problem I've got with UFO, and it's a problem that's actually addressed in the first episode. Because the first episode is called Identified. They're not UFOs. We know what they are.
Yeah, well, yeah, I could bring some deep lore into that. I've been doing a lot of pre-Kennedy UFO novel research over the last bunch of years, and there was a serious effort made by the U.S. government to get all of these UFO researchers to stop saying flying saucer. They openly told them to refer to them as UFOs because they didn't want them to be declared as identified.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So there's built-in lore to that.
I think I will jump in there very quickly.
Go ahead.
I have personally, in the last 2 years, seen a UFO. And I know people will just go laughing. You saw aliens. It's like, no. I saw
seen a UFO.
an unidentified flying object.
Right.
And I went through the proper research channels. It's like, okay, we're 2 weeks behind the normal meteor shower. Okay, there might have been a stray one. What are the chances that this would have been flying less than 5,000 kilometers in the sky or 5,000 meters up in the sky? Well, it's 0.00001. Okay, could still happen. And then I followed all the other trades. It's like, okay, meteor showers, could this happen? Middle of the day, being able to see something that flies brightly across your sky, very, very low. So I cannot identify what I saw.
Yeah.
That does not mean that it still wasn't a stray, one of these tiny little comets or like sandstones or whatever. But for me, I cannot identify it. So therefore, it's a unidentified flying object.
Yeah, I mean, that's what exactly it was. And again, what you were saying there, Stephen, exactly the same thing. I mean, I'm quite happy to say, okay, there is a difference between a UFO and a flying saucer. I'm quite prepared to, okay, if you use the phrase flying saucer, yes, I know it's all to do with it. It's a misquote from Kenneth Arnold and all the rest of it. But you say flying saucer, most people are going to know what you mean. So, okay, yeah, you've identified it. It's an alien vessel, whatever. You've identified it. The point with the UFO is, I think, as which may have been part of what the government were doing. You don't know what it is.
Right. Yeah, they're automatically putting it in your mouth that you can't identify it by using that term. Yeah, another thing that they were doing at the same time was pressing people to refer to them as interstellar vehicles. Because there was a lot of discussion about these things possibly coming from some portal in either the South or North Pole. That was an actual part of the conversation.
Oh, yeah, of course, Hollow Earthers, yeah.
And they didn't want anybody saying that kind of thing. They didn't want anybody referring to Antarctica. They pressed them to stop talking about it.
Because I think, as I said, I mean, it's ironic. The thing is called UFO. And yet, in the very first episode, it's called Identify because we know what they are. The other thing I must admit that did get me listening to it was, okay, your science is horrible. You maybe get your voice procedure right, but obviously these things are flying at multiple times the speed of light because they're going from 40 million miles away to 20 million miles away in about 3 seconds.
Right.
That's a hell of a lot faster than 186,000 miles a second. You know, there's little things like that that were a bit picky, but
yeah. Well, there's some. It's interesting that people still consider that don't understand that anything that is a faster than light form of travel. You may not need to travel any faster than 65 miles per hour if you can create a bubble in front of you that jumps the distance.
Yeah,
maybe they have faster than light travel, or maybe it's a portal system. It's funny how people drop science at their convenience when they talk about these things.
Yeah. The question is, Matt, were they also going to have silver clothes that you could zip and unzip?
Yeah, I agree with Matt. As a boy, I definitely wanted to have a moon base filled with those girls because they were like anime characters, every last one of them.
What I actually thought was I think they only ever did it once because I would imagine it was impractical. Was an interesting idea. In the first episode, you've got Gay Alice comes off duty, and because she's coming off duty, she unzips the legs of her trousers or pants for you guys who can't speak English. And puts on a mini skirt and zips a mini skirt up. And she's which is going from in uniform to be in. I can't remember the suits come off or not, but which I thought was a very clever idea. That
Yeah, so
you've
it's
got
on the
code-
wardrobe.
Yeah, you're changing from uniform sort of to non-uniform almost. I thought it was a very clever idea. I mean, I don't think they ever did it again, but I would imagine again that may well be at least partially because of cost and practicality.
It's funny. You could almost install Madeline Kahn's statement in Blazing Saddles, where she goes, "Ah, I feel refreshed," after she puts on something more comfortable.
Yes.
It's like, God, you just took off your friggin' pirate boots and put on a mini skirt. It's like,
Yeah.
I'm going from the pole swinging contest to the striptease contest on the other room. So
The pole swinging with the poles was Batman. I mean, it was. It was a thing of its times, but it was.
I thought that the most hysterical part of the entire series is here's a television show that introduces itself as a conspiracy theory about a government organization pretending to be a Hollywood production company.
Yes. Yeah.
I was flabbergasted by that one. It was like, you got to be kidding me. Talk about hitting you in the face and telling you it's just a story. God.
That's something what I'm looking forward to more of the Big Finish ones, because UFO is something which, absent current day politics, I would love to see a remake of.
They'd never be able to do it right. They're probably going to cut that out the same way that they did with Manchurian Candidate when they redid that one with Denzel Washington. It was like, no, guys, you flipped it all on its head. You did it wrong. Sorry.
Because that's why I say get rid of lose the politics, because with current day technology and current day storytelling, because there were so many not plot holes, but holes in that you never would. How the hell did the aliens have fish? Why was it that the aliens had sufficiently good intelligence to know where to be to take a car out on a country road, and they hadn't invaded yet? Why? One of what got me was, why do they always come in threes? There's 3 interceptors.
Yeah.
UFO, PJ, UFO. So there's 3 interceptors. So why? And the interceptors got 1 missile each. Why don't you bring in 4 UFOs? Then one's bound to get through.
Well,
budget.
Archer, I'm going to bring up something.
Yeah, obviously,
Archer.
budget story, but yeah.
Archer, you're becoming like PJ.
Well,
Sorry, PJ.
there's an anime series out there. I forget the exact name of it, but it's basically a military story about aliens invade Earth through a portal that they created themselves in the Antarctic region. And we go into that portal after we push them back and start attacking them on their own frontier. And the spoiler alert, the plot line resolves that the aliens were never trying to invade us. They were trying to force us to increase our technology so that they could couple in to our technology and invade us that way. So the whole thing was a ruse to get us to advance to their level so that they could infiltrate our society easier. Which is like a long way to go. Talk about a tremendously lengthy game plan. But they were just messing with us. They were just messing with us, forcing us to advance and forcing apathy to exist in the society, because the military engagement had been going on for 30 years and none of it was broadcast on television.
Wow.
So it's a very interesting thing. If you couple that with the Stargate universe,
Yeah.
you could almost see that, like, even if the aliens did invade, we wouldn't necessarily even believe that it was really happening. Meanwhile, it's been going on for like 20 years.
Well,
it's a fascinating thing. And I think that the series did that concept justice, that it's just like they never reveal what their ambitions are. Not really.
I mean, there's the thing was, half the time I must admit, I kept thinking, okay, there's one or two things in that watching that, and thinking, okay, got it. The aliens and the Mister ones,
Yeah.
because they're taking over people. They seem to be able to take over people the same way the Mister ones did, and cats. That was a weird one.
Yeah,
But-
there was a Japanese series as well, a live action Japanese series from the 60s. But I think was it the Mysterions or the Criterions or something like that? I forget what it was, but it was also like a U.S. based force facing off against alien invasion, Japanese style, with ridiculous over the top, just like Mr. Anderson's work, a lot of miniatures with live action thrown in.
Mm. But that's my pick of what I've been watching the week.
That's all good stuff.
I round up then and say that it hasn't been picked up completely, but Cobra Kai is out. Season 5. And
kudos to them. I can't believe the reception of quality that the audience has been getting. It's pretty nice to see that a franchise like that brings back all these old characters doesn't discredit them, doesn't disrespect them, doesn't disrespect the material or the audience watching, and it continues to do so according to the reviews I've been seeing.
I agree with you on that one. It's quite surprising to not see one of the talents in there just going on Twitter. It's like, oh, you're a white, sexist, misogynistic, blah, 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 buzzword. Whereas if you had that with the Rings of Power, it's like, oh, you're just going to be pieces of crap.
Yeah,
it was going to be one thing that was thinking of bringing up, but for the pick of the week, but I'm not sure if I want to go there just yet.
No.
But I will say this: the diverse cast, for once in my lifetime, have literally been the surprising things.
Yeah.
The black elf is the only one that actually feels like an elf. I kid you not. I mean, it's not Lord of the Rings. It's not Tolkien. But if this had been Dungeons and Dragons Neverwinter Nights from like 1997, perfectly portrayed elf, spot on 100%. But that is just saying that every single other elf is absolutely rubbish.
Well, the thing is, they may well be elves, but they're not Tolkien elves.
Yeah.
No,
there is nothing Tolkien about it whatsoever.
Exactly. That seems to be the main complaint from what I see. It's like, I mean, it's another one of these shows. I mean, I won't mention the unfinished review, but several shows which I do wonder, honestly, sections where you come along, okay, is that show, someone else was talking at the back of my, but is that show, if you take that show and you stand, I mean, the other obvious one, which I never got managed to finish was The Watch, the supposedly Discworld book crap. But you take that show, if you divorce it from the idea of Lord of the Rings, you rename the characters, right? And the same, the Watch, you said it somewhere, you don't say it on Discord. Some of them may well actually, the Foundation as well, in fact, the Foundation TV series, they may well stand on their own as shows, as long as it's what does them in is their connection to the source material. Like I said, it's not Tolkien is one of the major complaints I've heard. People said, "Well, going to call it Rings of Power, but we're going to leave off any connections to all the rings."
I mean, they're attempting to build it toward that thing, but they completely forget that this is a world that was created by an individual at this point in time, and with that understanding, and then you go, just imagine, say we jump like 700 years in the future, however crazy they are with soya lattes or like Starbucks coffees or whatever it is, they can never ever describe what a World War II veteran went through and discovered. He might actually be, what was it? Wasn't there actually a World War One? Regardless of which war he partook in, when he came back home, he saw there is a lot of changes.
Yeah.
And because being a professor, he somehow got this idea, I want to create a unique British lore that belongs to England, Wales, Scotland, and Ireland. I'm not even separating, in this case, Northern and Ireland. It's the same place. It's the
British
same.
Isles.
Yeah, it's
Yes.
the same people. He wanted to build that world to elevate and bring a lore in, because he had seen so much of the world. And he learned about the Grimm brothers, those fairy tale stories. But
Mhm.
for anybody that ever read it, they'd realize that yeah,
Oh my
it's
God, are they
not,
different from
it's not,
Disney?
it's not. They got Disneyfied. But
Yeah.
he had experienced that, but he wanted to bring in a lore to these islands. You cannot change that in any way whatsoever unless you remove Tolkien completely from that topic. And
Yeah.
that is where the Rings of Power is fucking up.
Yeah.
Because
Like-
go ahead.
I'm going to make a prediction based on the beautiful characterization by Christopher Lee when Saruman says, "Do you know where the orcs first came from? They were elves once." And I'm going to make the prediction that that is where our diverse elf is going to wind up,
That's a good thought, actually.
because they've been trying to push this orc as a race thing for so long now. It would make sense that that's where he goes, and maybe even that his girlfriend has a child with him, and that child becomes the first real orc. But I'm just making a prediction based on the politics of the situation. But yeah, it's loaded up for him to become that.
Well, these are the people who seem to think that orcs in general are a representation of people with a large amount of melanin in their skin,
Right.
melatonin in their skin. So yeah, that will make sense. Yeah. Idiots.
Yeah. The problem is that seems self-deprecating, doesn't it?
Everything.
It's the tricky thing. Most of this panel probably actually read the books.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't, but there you go.
No, but you got exposed to that kind of either the language or the thinking of what Tolkien brought to it. Because you have, from Tolkien, you have Dungeons and Dragons.
Right.
You have role-playing games. You have card trading games. You have all of these. When you drill down to it, it all comes from Tolkien. It's like this race,
Ronan
that
the
race.
Barbarian came directly from that. I mean, the author is almost admitted that he was riding the same wave that Tolkien was riding.
Well, I would say most, at least high fantasy, if not that type of fantasy in general, is inspired, or at least owes a debt to Tolkien.
Would Willow fit into that category? Would you say?
Yes.
Okay. Well, yeah. So I grew up on Willow. That was one we watched a lot.
No,
It's sword and sorcery, basically.
Yeah. I mean, that's what I say. When I say fantasy, when I fantasy, I mean the fantasy, as in the fantasy dungeons and the Dungeons and Dragons, etc., the elves, dragons, and all that sort of fantasy, rather
Yeah.
than just fantasy.
Dwarfs
in general.
and talking
Yeah.
trees and ethereals and all sorts of elemental creatures. Yeah, it's all
Yeah.
part of the Tolkien lore. And to not to correct you, but to clarify, it was First World War, and before the First World War, he was part of several reading groups that were reading medieval and pre-medieval poetry.
He was an Anglo-Saxon linguist.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think he wrote it because I think he wrote it. I don't remember what. I think it's actually written towards the end or even after the Second World War, but it was experiences in the First World War that caused him to write it. I think, or that informed him. I think, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that if reading of the Battle of Five Armies has got to be a direct take from his experiences in the trenches, where you don't know what's going on, and he's the Hobbit, so to speak, where he almost falls asleep and the war is over. It must have been so traumatic for those gentlemen to experience that, because it was mechanical war. It was mechanized war for the first time. I mean, true mechanized war for the first time.
Yeah.
They were literally dragons spraying metal down from the sky in that war.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the other wars before that was literally like form up, stand in rank, march forward, ready, aim, fire.
Yep.
That was literally all there was to warfare to that point.
Yep. And then in World War I, it was the trenches and then pure anarchistic chaos on the battlefield. No ranks, no nothing, just go, shoot. And the blood and the gore and the instantaneous death because of these insane, nearly magical weapons we were using at the time. I mean, there were even miasmas creeping across battlefields like something out of the Ten Commandments.
Yeah. What's it? I saw some. I can't remember what it was relating to, but it was some the First World War was a chemical war. It's something to do with people expecting the Second World War to become a chemical war. I can't remember what's the connection, but yeah, you're right. Mustard gas.
Yeah, I think you're right. It was the First World War we used mustard gas and everything. In the Second World War, they didn't have those what's it called, like stalemate situations. So they didn't.
Well,
use
there
it
was
as
also
much.
restricted. Nobody was allowing that. They rewrote the Articles of War to exclude that as a militarized weapon.
Yeah.
As crazy as that sounds, there are rules of engagement in war, believe it or not.
Well, the from my point of view, I quite often say.
Sorry, Stephen, can you elaborate on the rules of engagement again? Because I always thought that war was, obviously in war, then ruthlessness is the only way you win, really.
Yes, yeah. There was a regulation that was put in place after World War I, where gases were not to be used as a weapon of war, and that anybody that did use them was automatically criminalized by the entire group on both sides. And although some chemical weaponry was used during World War II, it was kind of forbidden and considered unfair play. Because everybody died, including your own people, if the wind blew the other direction. So it was considered a taboo piece of weaponry after World War I.
That's where the Geneva Conventions came out of as well.
Mm-hmm.
In general, I mean, I was saying you were saying about the scale of the war. I almost every time I talk to people about my period of history, up until when you're talking 1914, up until the invention, mid to late 18th century, the invention of the machine gun, the Maxim and the Gatling.
Yeah, good
there
God.
hadn't been anything that had the rate of fire of what I got in a cotton bag in my bedroom. The thing I've got on my icon that hadn't until then. The most the most rapid firing weapon was an archer with a well trained archer with a longbow.
Right.
Gonna have a focus for various reasons, but until that, and it literally, so you're talking up until then. So that's the point at which that sort of mass death became easy, because it takes an hour to train someone to use a machine gun.
But you could honestly say post-Napoleonic, because by the time the Civil War happened in my country, we had finally figured out rifling. We had finally figured out lead ballistics. And the science of ballistics was really nailed down solid at that point. So we had rifled artillery as well. So it became more and more dangerous. By the time World War I hit, it was science fiction theater, man.
Well, H.G. Wells wrote exactly that.
Yep.
Let's go back to the rules against using gas. But I mean, how would you enforce that on a battlefield in a situation where it's like survival? It's like, if I don't, I need to kill the enemy.
Well, if the weapons aren't available to you because the governments are reluctant to use it because of interstate regulations or intercontinental regulations, then it doesn't appear on the battlefield because they didn't bring it to the battlefield.
I see, right.
I mean,
right. So it shows that governments have more control than you think, even during times of war.
Are there any other rules of engagement which like the soldiers under orders not to cross a line or something?
Correct. Yeah, there are those rules too, and we see that a lot in the Hollywood productions and international productions on war situations. Bridge over the River Kwai is an excellent demonstration of enemies openly discussing with their rivals what the rules of engagement are, how captains and officers are supposed to be respected above, non-commissioned officers, and all of that stuff. There were rules of engagement. And they may not have been followed all the time, but they were there so that you could at least parlay better treatment.
I mean, in fact, it's another one of these ones that are all unintended consequences. Dum-dum bullets are outlawed because of the damage they do, which is you basically you cut across into the end of the bullet, and what that does, it means it explodes. It breaks up in the body.
Yeah.
What that does mean is it causes a lot more damage, which is why they're banned.
Right.
But what it also means is it stays in that body and it doesn't go through and damage anyone else.
That's true too.
So it's again, that's a rule of a rule of war, if you like.
Yeah, and here's another historical example too. The AR-15, the M16 of Vietnam. The caliber of that bullet was specifically designed to incapacitate an enemy, because the round was so small and moving so fast that it would normally pass through, but it was of a dimension and of a material that it would warp enough after passing through that body, it would almost immediately lose velocity. So they were specifically designed to cause as little harm while causing the maximum amount of harm.
Well, that was actually a calculation for that
isn't that more like if you get a wounded soldier, then it kind of puts two other men out of action, you have to carry him?
That's exactly it. That is exactly it. They were promoting humanitarian care as a way of disabling the enemy, as opposed to physically disabling the entire enemy.
Yeah, if you kill one man, his mates look him down and say, "Oh," and they carry on. If you wound him, it takes 2-3 others to get him off the battlefield. You take out, as you say, 3, 4, 5 people out with one round, in effect.
Right. No. And if you didn't take care of your own dead, then you were automatically setting up a psychological attack on your enemy as well, because they would have to lose part of their humanity to ignore their wounded comrade. Yeah. So it's interesting. It's a fascinating subject. I mean, military tactics as they've evolved into mechanized war is a fascinating subject. Prisoners of war in general is a fascinating subject.
There's so many layers to that, and something that stood out to me as a kid, and I do understand it now more that I'm grown up, but it's the Hannibal's victory against the Romans, where he sent in the weaklings in the center. They charged completely forward, looking like they're breaking the ranks, and then they're just falling completely apart and luring the Romans into the center. And then he's just like folding it over like a pizza
Yeah.
and just smacking them left, right, and center. And I will say that there is one film that I've seen where something like that have been visually expressed, maybe not accurately expressed, but it is in a Mel Gibson film, The Patriot, where the two armies charge across together and they start fighting. They're getting close enough. They're having the fist fight and everything. And suddenly, just from like out of the corner, comes the cavalry. Just they don't care if they're killing friend or foe. They're just running straight through them.
Yeah. Yeah. War and Peace and Waterloo did similar visual effects on that, where they showed off Napoleon's expertise on the pincer maneuver.
Well, I mean, it's not just Europeans. I mean, the Zulus were famous for the Horns of the Bull, where they had a exact similar sort of thing. They had a big, massive block in the center, and they had wings like horns, where it gets his name, and exactly the same thing. They go forward, attack, and then the wings would literally just go around and envelop.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Just like grabbing a whole bunch of grain with your arms.
Yeah.
Yeah, military, I swear, it's like I have tremendous, tremendous respect for the military. Not necessarily a joyous or happy respect, but an awesome respect, because they are an awesome thing. They're scary, they're majestic, they're calculating, they're dangerous, and in all the right ways. So I have tremendous respect for military action. The amount of discipline it takes to do what they do as smoothly in most cases as they do, it's pretty tremendous.
I'm so holding in the urge to explain the tactics at Cressy and Agincourt right now.
Yes, but we only have weeks to
Exactly.
Yeah, how long we got left on the swim, Joe?
No, I mean, as in,
two-day course.
As in very similar things for enveloping the rest of it. But yes, yeah, exactly. Like I said, this is not history.
Every time you come on, Colin, it is a history stream because you keep us honest. But a good story should have, it's just like a good conspiracy theory. It has to have just enough reality within it, and then you will buy it. Just look at the great authors of yesteryears, Arthur C. Clarke and Heinlein. I'm picking them above everybody else, but there are tons of them out there that really did amazing stuff. They built in just enough. This is reality. This is 100% the fact. And then they just spun a story around it. How would you use this fact? So if I'm taking Heinlein, and I know someone is going to go mother in the panel or in the chat, it is the have spacesuit will travel. In that, Heinlein describes the reason why does a spacesuit need to be painted white? Simply because it will reflect sunlight and not barbecue whoever is in the spacesuit.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm occasionally getting actually quite irritated at how many things have come back to Heinlein. And so, how many things you discuss and come back and says, yeah, Heinlein was right about that as well.
Yeah, it's actually pretty crazy to think about. We talked about E.E. Smith in that same fashion. We're seeing more of his truths. We're seeing more of his truths come true than actual science that's on the books.
And I'm almost tempted to wonder if Highland did actually fall through a wormhole from the future.
Right? Yeah.
Oh,
And you could
God,
say the same thing
thanks.
about Tolkien. I wonder what piece of poetry he has in his locker that no one talks about, because some of the things he was talking about the elves and the dwarves, and even the Ents. You could easily parallel those to some of these talks about the ancient realm of Earth, and how there was an ice race of nobles that all looked very, very fair with white hair or blue skin. And that we talk about the Sasquatch in mythology, in the cryptid mythology.
Yeah.
They could easily have been the Ents taking care of the forests. It's like there are parallels to our ancient world that Tolkien took a grasp on. And if he did it just out of pure imagination, then he's partially psychic or something, because it couples so very well to the myths we all know by instinct.
Yeah.
Even this great evil, this presence of a great evil, of foreboding in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it makes you wonder why the hell people can't actually tell stories these days. We've been doing it for thousands and thousands of years. Why can't people do it anymore?
I think it's the safety factor. And I'm going to bring up an old television property, the G.I. Joe animated series. When it first came out, really, really pissed me off that they allowed Cobra agents to use parachutes. That they allowed anybody to use parachutes. The idea that everybody survived combat was really annoying to me. And I don't know why they did it that way, but it had something to do with Saturday morning cartoons not being filled with jeopardy.
It's like with G.I. Joe the movie, when G.I. Joe was, comatose, as they called it.
It's sad. I don't know why they continue to do it, but that's basically why we don't have engagement, why we don't feel jeopardy, why tension is so contrived and heavy-handed these days. It's the safety factor. Wow, I really shut him up with that one.
I mean,
you were absolutely spot on. I was just trying to collect my brain here, because I have to speak on PJ's behalf, because we have the split. PJ really wants his heroes to be, they're there for a reason. They're just the heroes. Whereas I'm going, is there a reason for the darkness? Where did it come from? Where's the buildup? How did it formulate? I agree with PJ that maybe not bring a complete backstory to the darkness or the bad guy or the villain. I mean, just look at the nonsense that come out recently with Cruella de Vil.
Yeah, like, I don't understand that trend at all.
No, but I liked getting a greater understanding about the Joker. But I will say, for me, it was enough. The Michael Keaton one, Have You Ever Danced with the Devil in the Pale Moonlight? That was enough for me. That's a bad dude. Go freaking kill him. Well, although that's not the Batman's motto, but it's like he needs to be definitely nailed to the floor of an Arkham asylum.
Yeah. Go ahead, Sadoko.
Oh yeah, no, it's just you talked about like the safety thing. I mean, do you think it's like these people have the people in the entertainment industry have the idea that, well, what people want is happy endings. What they want is entertainment. They want happy endings. They want a sense of safe danger, and so it's like they kind of almost that's probably how they're seeing it as, and they're kind of taking the entertainment thing literally, like they're kind of being, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I get you. I do get you. And I don't know. I don't know what it is. All I know is I'm seeing these earmarks and this evolution of trends. And I see the G.I. Joe series as an early incarnation of this trend, that safety rails are on everything. And they're slowly beginning to grasp it, or at least they're slowly beginning to realize that the audience is grasping it, that That's not what drama means. That's why prequels don't work. That's why Titanic was a fluke. Because Jeopardy requires us not knowing what's going to happen next, and so does tension.
Titanic worked excellently. We did not know if Jack was ever going to survive.
Yeah, but
And
we
it
knew where
looked
he was
like
trying
there was
to
a
survive from.
possibility. Yeah, exactly. It looked like there was a possibility until the very extreme end. Whereas if you get a story or a prequel or what they've done to these shows recently, we know Thor will live. We know all of these heroes. Oh, they got blown away by a snap of the fingers.
Right.
In fact, no, they'll be brought back. There is no final conclusion. If you die, you die. Stop. That's it. Hang on, hold. And nobody's exploring, at least for the last 10 years, what happens to the wife, the girls, the daughters, sons, grandmothers, mothers, fathers, grandfathers. Nobody's exploring that.
Yeah. It's a fascinating thing, and I wonder if a good analysis could be brought to bear on the existence of the Matrix universe and how. Because I one of my biggest arguments when somebody brings up Neo as a character and they're like, oh, he's so wooden, oh, he's so two-dimensional, oh, he's so cardboard, he doesn't have really a tremendous arc, and it's all prescribed to him by the Matrix. And I'm like, yeah, that's the whole point. He's not a real person. He never was a real person. He was a figment. He was a glitch in the Matrix. He was a contrivance from the get-go. So it all makes sense in the end. The movies, the sequels don't go against that. They're actually promoting that idea that Neo is not in control, that he's a device that's slightly malfunctioning on purpose.
But I miss the days where stories were that subtle.
Yeah.
And they actually demanded something out of you, the reader, the viewer, the audience, whatever you were. I mean, one of my oldest friends, she brought me to see, I can't remember what kind of live theater it was, but they didn't manage to bring me in to understand the story. And then she brought me back a couple of years later to theater again. And I was just mesmerized. I was like, okay, yes, I love going to the cinema, but every now and then, live theater can be absolutely amazing because the actors, the story, everything, the music, the fact that you're using gun props and whatever. And well, the use of gun props, I would say, I thought was quite funny. This is back in the 90s. But there were a lot of people starting to snooze and suddenly they just jump out and they have a proper fake pellet, but it has the same sound as a real gun. There was a lot of people jumping out of the chairs at that moment.
Stage pyros.
Yeah,
Yeah,
actually,
it
you know,
is.
can I just go back to what Steven said about the prequels don't work. The epitome for me for this was the Doctor Who experience. So there was this Doctor Who live show, and this was when Matt Smith was the Doctor, but he didn't actually appear on stage. He had pre-recordings of him, like in this kind of captivity, in this kind of containment prison, and again, it's a thing of, because it's pre-recorded, he's not really in danger, and that kind of takes away from the suspense. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a shame because
sorry, on.
no, it's a shame because it's like it could have been a great stage show, and it was kind of just a bit. There wasn't really much plot. There wasn't much stake to it,
And that's why I think, as I've said, I think prequels only really work if you are either touching on something that was mentioned and isn't really that well known, or you don't know the characters, or it's something set sufficiently before the original that it's a prequel to, that you only know the general shape of what's going to happen, so you've no idea what necessarily is going to happen to any of these characters, which I think is one of the problems, if you like, with the Star Wars prequels, that you know what's going to happen to all these characters because it's only 16 years. It's only 16 years in the past. It's not 600 years in the past.
Right.
Like sort of playing the KOTOR games or something, which is you can do those, and you don't have to do, nothing to do with the Star Wars universe that you know it.
But I will post this because that's a good point. If you know that character is going to die, yes, I know PD is going to drop something silly in the chat because I know it doesn't like that. But if you know that this character will die, would you not want the story well told up until that moment happened? The story will be carried on. Let's say Luke Skywalker, instead of being saved when he's just going, no, his hand is cut off, he's just falling down the chute. There is nothing rescuing him there. That's his death. And you get the explanation up until his death. Yes, the story could carry on, and I would say Star Trek is probably the worst example because we do have all the backups. Leia could easily have taken over, and etc. But why, where, how did Luke die?
I think there's a difference, and actually, I know it can come through, and I agree. I think that's one of the major complaints about modern day entertainment. Okay.
It's hard to pronounce the username.
That shouldn't be.
That shouldn't be.
Cthulhu quote, I believe.
Oh, okay. That shouldn't.
I'm not sure, but no.
Yeah, mate. Well, it looks like that shouldn't be. He needs to be somewhere else. So
yeah, that shouldn't be here. I mean, I think that's one of the things that seems to be the case these days is that for some reasons, particularly it seems to be when they try to push feminist female characters, the heroes, modern day writers seem to take what we would generally consider to be villainous behavior and put that into their heroes and vice versa.
Yeah.
I think there's a difference between, okay, you watch the Star Wars movies and you watch the films and then Luke being killed at that particular point will be a bit of a, okay, where the fuck do we go from here? Which one's another matter? But the difference between that and going back and then a prequel to it.
Yeah, but to a degree, sometimes the hero has to do the villainous thing in the end. They have to eventually kill the villain.
Oh yeah, no, yeah. But I'm not saying that. What I'm referring to is perfect example is of recently is Captain Marvel. When she comes and beats the guy and breaks the guy's fingers just because she says something. She says something a bit cheeky to her.
Yeah. Like smile, you'll look prettier.
Yeah, or
but technically, like for instance, in a cop film, like usually in an 80s cop film, usually that point where there's the boss in the office who's been getting on the nerves, and usually by the end, there is a scene where he basically punches the guy out. I mean, that's similar.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying there is that you do that, and obviously, at the end of the day, they're breaking all these things. But a lot of it seems to be the hero's story is what you would expect the villain's backstory to be. A very, very similar one, I think, in the series. I'm not sure we should actually mention, but it's got a badly CGI'd green heroine, where similarly,
She-Hulk.
Yes, that's the one. Where, as I understand it from one of the clips I've seen, she again gets approached outside a bar and with perfect control turns into a big green monster, beats the crap out of people, and is only prevented from killing them by by the Hulk stopping her.
Right. Right.
Oh,
You know, but
Well,
you know.
interestingly enough, Colin, we were just talking about Riddick. This is another trend that I've been trying to keep my eye on. And that is
wait. I'm sorry.
the
I've
Go
got
ahead.
to count. I've got to counter. Supergirl. There's the scene where she confronts. Well, something similar happens with Supergirl, doesn't she? And she ends up beating up those guys. Like when she first lands in that small town in the 1984 movie.
I was going to say, you're talking Helen Slater rather than Melissa Benoist.
Right.
Yeah.
It's how sad is it that I know the names of both those actresses.
Yeah, but I mean, she does beat them up. I mean, they have it coming. We're led to believe, and I mean, was it the same with those guys at the bar? I mean, it seemed like they were kind of persistent. They weren't. It's like they most guys would kind of like just get the hint and leave her alone. These guys weren't, so that makes you think how far they're going to take this kind of thing.
Yeah. It is interesting that they didn't. It's this non-noble or this ignoble, unnoble, anti-noble, whatever.
Yeah. Ignoble
form of action. I mean, she could have bent a telephone pole around them, like a light pole around them. She could have incapacitated them by running really, really fast and like tying them up in their own clothing and leaving them standing there in their underwear. But she didn't do that. She punched them out. She knows her own strength.
Yeah. That's what's on it. Yeah, I mean, there is a difference. It's just.
And she's a lawyer. She's a studied lawyer. She knows the law of the land.
Yeah.
She knows what assault means and self-defense as well. Was she really helpless? Obviously not. Yeah. So it's weird. It's like they break their own canon within it. But the trend I've been watching is this anti-hero, this celebration of the hero as an anti-hero. And James Bond is not a hero.
You're definitely right there. I will try to stop you quickly in the track there because there was a really good point before. But remember what you were just talking about.
Go ahead.
Because in Superman, Christopher Reeve's film, you guys remember the Alaskan bar where he's a weakling? He gets his butt handed to him.
Oh, by the guy who's eating garbage.
Yeah, exactly. But there is a hero's journey. He develops. He becomes stronger. He regains his powers. You're there for that. You're not there for I can just smack you to the ground regardless.
It's not just that. It's the fact like when he gets beaten by the guy, the guy is such an arsehole. Like he's like the guy says, "Look, let's step outside." He goes after you, and when his back's turned, that's when he punches Clark Kent in the back, and so that's when you're really kind of ready to see, okay, it's fair game for Superman to just total him because he's just he's got no chivalry about how he fights, so he doesn't deserve any back kind of thing.
Yeah, but I will say that it's the one and only time I've seen someone that has such an impeccable character as Superman being a little bit, what do you call it, peevish? It isn't a victory for Superman. It's just a wrong turned right.
Yeah,
it didn't need to get done, but is a wrong turned right.
Are you talking about the sequence in Superman 2?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. As opposed to the newer one where he destroys the guy's truck because he pushed him around.
Yeah, they have no consequences or matter or any sense of fulfillment. In Superman 2, Christopher Reeves, donkeys years ago, I don't remember when it came out, the fact that he gets his butt handed to him in the beginning, and then he has to have that journey, even though it's a very childish revenge, it is a spot-on revenge. This is the right thing to do because you don't behave like this to other people. That is the message from that. But that subtle nuance is completely lost on the crowds that watch the new superheroes coming out today.
Yeah, well, they all need to listen to the Leroy Brown single.
Yeah.
Because he's bad Leroy Brown. Baddest man in the whole damn town. You don't go stealing, you don't go stepping on Superman's cape.
Yep. Well, it seems to be a they want to deconstruct the heroes, knock them down. You can even see these things kind of apparently when they're in the comics when or what they seem to be doing in current TVs where they just take all the old legacy characters, all the old male legacy characters, strangely, and just sort of make them useless. Make them old with a woman behind them, or just make them dumb and stupid. I mean, what I find most ironic of all though about She-Hulk is there are two bits in that for me, clips. I've only seen the clips of it, which I think, my God, why are you so dumb? There's one bit where she walks into a door, and I presume it's done for humour purposes because I understand the show's supposed to be humorous. She walks into a door, she pushes it, and it doesn't open, it falls. I've done it myself. I'm thinking, okay, so you're that smart you can't even read push or pull. Or the whole reason she gets her powers is because she can't keep her eye on the road because she's too busy digging on Captain America.
Yeah, it's just poor writing.
What does she do? She takes her eyes off the road and crashes.
Yep.
God.
Yeah, granted, there was an alien craft in the middle of the road. I'll give her that. But still, it's like if she was talking about anything else, we could have forgiven it.
Yeah. But I mean, if she had kept her eyes on the road, she'd have seen the alien spacecraft beforehand.
Yeah, if she had kept her eyes off of Captain America's ass as well, come on.
Yeah, but I mean, but my saying is, I wonder how many people saw that and went typical women driver.
Almost everyone. Almost every single review I've watched on the subject has brought that up.
Yeah.
Which is terrible. It's like, who are they promoting at this point? I mean, these are supposed to be the people who know how to promote female characters, and they write that scene. They wrote that scene. What the hell?
It's amazing, isn't it?
Somebody call their professor and revoke their friggin', college degree for crying out loud.
Yeah. Once again, I think it goes back to what I was saying earlier on, that they are just they are bringing in writers because they fit a particular box, and they don't care that they've got little or no experience. So it's not necessarily the writer's fault. If they're young, early on in their careers, they've got ideas.
I have to disagree there because we have now the proof in the pudding. These writers are the generation of the participation trophy.
Well, yeah,
you showed up and got an award, therefore you think you are this amazing writer or you can make this absolutely amazing. But what we see over and over again, and something I didn't cover in my pick of the week for this one, is Lord of the Rings. You can tell from all departments across this, they spent $1 billion to make it happen, but they got one or two really good VFX artists.
Mm-hmm.
They got one or two really great writers, which you can actually tell. And yes, I will have to admit, I watched the 2 first episodes, but you have
that explains.
There's a glimmer of hope because you recognize where good talent is, and then they handed it over to literally like, hey, congratulations, you graduated last week, and then you get shit dialogue, you get the worst VFX ever made. I mean, I've seen Bruce Campbell films that have better VFX than Rings of Power.
But that's what I mean. I mean, you're exactly right. But in that case, whose fault is it then? Is it the fault of the people who just come out of college?
No.
Or is it the fault of the people who put them in a position with nobody to guide them?
Right. And we're also going without thinking about the idea that there is a production staff that has to sign off on all of this.
Yeah.
They are still watching rushes, even today.
Yeah.
But I think that the part that we might be missing here is that these new writers were brought in to rehash the script after Chris Tolkien died.
Yeah, and they kicked out the
Yeah, they kicked out all of their professor staff, all of
Yeah.
their, top leading investigators and consultants.
the actual Tolkien scholars.
And they did massive, quick rewrites. And that's where we're getting these very clunky college level sequences.
Yeah,
because they were rushed.
Like apparently, I didn't actually. I mean, I know they're in some Dungeons and Dragons things, but I didn't actually know that Tolkien actually had aquatic elves. But apparently, he's got elves that can swim across an entire ocean. So, or think they can swim across an entire ocean anyway.
Or don't think that they even have to. They just jumped off the boat because I'm not going there. Good grief.
Well, I will say that again. I'm trying to not be spoiler alerting there, but there is no logic into the Rings of Power. There is no sense of time. There is no sense of scale, and I really thought that Friday Night Tides were just like joking when they thought that it's like an afternoon stroll to get down to the dwarf mountain where the king lives on the Moria. No, where the elves were closest to that is like half a year's walk to get there and back again.
Right.
That's literally why Bilbo Baggins' book is called There and Back Again. Yeah, it's because it's a significant journey to get there.
Yeah, and doesn't Frodo mention at the end of Return of the King that it's almost a year to the day?
Yeah,
that he got his thing on Weathertop. So they were on the road for 365 days, pretty much.
Which is where Peter Jackson managed to express it quite well, and why you need 3 films. You didn't need 3 films for the follow-up, but you needed 3 films for Lord of the Rings, The Two Towers, and Return of the King. You needed 3 films to make the audience actually sit down and watch and understand that this is a really long journey.
Yeah, and the camera would consistently back up and show us the gigantic landscape that these tiny little insects of characters were running across. Even the armies were dwarfed by the surrounding mountains and plains.
Yeah. Well, it reminds me of one of the things that that kind of stands out for me on the the first Stargate movie, Ark of Truth, where they've got I don't know if you remember it, but basically they've got the most of their SU-1 have been captured and Tilk's been left for dead, and he wakes up and he walks across landscapes that would fit in Lord of the Rings, and a flashback between this and that. And Daniel and the others have been captured for about a day.
Yeah.
That I saw it again recently. That sort of stood out for me a little bit. Hold on a second. This is happening. Cam's having a single flight up in orbit. And they're taking the time doing the bit on the planet. And again, as you say, no real concept of time.
Yeah, this is where I'll be raising Peter. Maybe I see you in the chat. There's just lurking. I'll raise his heart.
That's
what's it called? Blood pressure. They really forked that up in real time. It's like, it was just like an overnight trip, and suddenly we're in this next big major city that has never heard about our community ever existing. Yeah. It's like, no. That was like a month's trip on horseback, at least, to get to that place. And in between, they have this city that nobody's heard of that will kill people if they touch the wrong item. Yeah, and the big city has never heard of that at all. So there has to be a very big like travel journey to just get to that. So, and I think that this is a lost art, being able to tell time,
Yeah.
even though you have 90 minutes to do your film, you still need to tell them the fact that it takes time to get
Yeah.
from point A to point B.
Christ,
Yes.
even if you resort to saying, how I can't say, wow, that was a long flipping trip, or even bloody text comes saying 1 week later, or whatever. You know, there are ways to do it, and
Yeah.
that's something.
Well, continuity of dirt and grime and equipment loss, like somebody
Yeah.
mentioning that we're running out of rations every once in a while. But I will say to the panel that the art is not entirely lost. I highly recommend any anime you could get your hands on, because that field of media is still chock full of beautiful stories,
Oh.
fantastic characters, and incredible takes. I mean, there's a TV show on. If you haven't heard of it, I highly recommend just even taking a look at a trailer called My Hero Academia is the English title for the show. This is a show about an entire planet of superheroes, and you never saw such a unique set of superpowers ever before. And we're the ones practically invented the superhero. So it's a miracle that Japan was able to pull this off. There's an entire high school of characters with powers you've never seen applied in this way. So it's creativity lives in Japan. It still breathes in Japan, and we still recognize it. Manga is the highest grossing form of comic book art in the current landscape of literature.
Well, isn't the one comic that's supposed to be outsold all of Marvel and DC put together?
That's Spy Family.
I don't know. I'm not sure what's called. I thought I'd heard that somewhere that there is one
Yeah,
particular comic.
there's a graphic novel. There's several, and I may be misquoting. This is the one that I have heard rumor about, that it has broken a bunch of records. It's a slight period piece to just post World War II. Late 50s, mid 60s, Eastern European blocks, and it's a spy game show. But it's basically about a spy and a fake family he's using as cover, and you track them in the development of their familyhood. And they're both raising a daughter that was part of a Russian experiment. His pretend wife is possibly a double agent who has like incredible fighting skills. And then the usual anime nonsense happens in between. But the level of tension, the level of charm, the level of charisma that these characters show leaves grown men crying on air while they're watching it. It's really an incredibly magical thing to experience in this day of, God, these terrible bombed out feels of cinema that we have to experience these days. So I highly recommend, and I will say the phrase here again, as I've said it in other chat panels, there is an anime for any subject matter you could think of. Everything from golfing to cooking to knitting to flag waving, everything you could think of, there's an anime for it.
I believe you on that one, but I would say a properly told story should bring emotion to you.
Yep.
You shouldn't apply emotion to something you think should be great. A story should move you. You should not move the story. I'm not sure if I'm making sense, but
Yeah.
what one of the most recent one that would really like. I love the Stephen King vibe to the beginning of it. It wasn't written by Stephen King, but it had that kind of sense to it. And then there's the middle. We get to know the characters. And it wasn't until just at the point where the hero defeats the villain that you clock the price that the hero had to pay And then the film still goes on for another 20 minutes, and that's just like pulling the heart out of your chest.
Yeah.
Because the hero doesn't understand the price he had to pay.
Yeah, there's a property out of Japan, and I know I'm now a harpy on the subject of Japanese media, but there's a story that was a live action during the 60s, and then they put it all together in a condensed series during the mid 90s, I think it was, called Kirkider. And it's about a completely artificial android hero that has to fight in a battle he's not completely conscious of against an enemy that he's slowly becoming aware of. And in the climax of the show, he has to kill the supervillain that's basically pulling the strings behind the scenes. And he cries as a robot for the first time. And the big statement at the end of the story is, I have finally joined humanity. I know the difference between right and wrong because I know what I did was wrong.
That is a really powerful statement. And those are the things that I would like. I always love when I pick up a comic book, a book, even the stuff PJ has been recommending. Hey, grab this on Audible. Even something as silly as Bobbyverse. That
guys,
gripped me. That really gripped me. Part of the stories within that, it was like, holy crap, this is actually making me feel. Whereas She-Hulk, I'm not feeling anything. I'm actually getting deader inside.
Guys, I need to split.
Yeah, I want to split an arm.
Mr. AWK, when were we doing the Space 99 thing?
Tuesday this week.
Tuesday.
Yeah, I would say, guys, do the roundup promotions, what you guys are doing, because we've been running for 4 hours and 10 minutes now. So let's do a round of promotion. I know all of you have interesting stuff to share. So go ahead.
Mr. AWK, what time will it be?
Okay, from the start, this Tuesday, for everyone who doesn't know, we are doing a discussion about Space 1999 Breakaway at 8 o'clock on Tuesday this week coming up.
GMT.
Yep.
I'll see you there then. Bye, guys.
Have a good one, man. Pleasure meeting you.
Yeah. Also, I just want to say there's going to be a schedule change to a show at the end of this month. They're looking to, well, let's just say the discussion about Iron Sky will be moved to the end of October now.
Okay.
So we'll be doing an unplugged show at the end of this month instead.
Gotcha.
So that's the schedule change, I'm afraid. But hope you'll tune in for this Tuesday.
Indeed. I hope to be on the panel.
It happens to be, all I would say, it just happens that this Tuesday is the 13th of September. So
the anniversary.
Not sure why we might be discussing Space 1999 on the 13th of September, but
well, with that said, we do have the Unplugged coming up. Stephen, do you have anything you want to promote before we shut down the
well,
LTG?
Roman covered most of my stuff, and Alec put the finishing touches on it. Monday, I'll be at Mixtape Monday with John and Roman on Roman and John Try to Save the World. That's a complete and utter lie. And then on Thursday as well, we're doing whatever Roman decides the subject is going to be. It'll be interesting if it turns out to be the discussion he's talking about. It was already a hot topic just talking to the panel about it. And of course, I'm hoping to join FFSI for the Tuesday talk with Wen at the helm, driving the wheel for Space 1999, the first episode.
Would you like to promote your pick or Jerry Hansen episode coming up in the future?
Not until Colin and I have had a real chance to talk. Well, oh no, you're talking about my UFO pick.
Yes.
I will probably be doing a panel at some point in the near future, date to be completely nailed down sometime in the near future, of one of the episodes of the series UFO. So that'll be a joy. My plan is to do the last episode because it's just the most uncanny thing I think I've ever watched in my experience. Just very bizarre episode. But I will also be joining the panel this Sunday on the Phantasmagorium show. Scotty R37 is doing something he calls Midnight Monday, where at midnight Sunday, we open up Monday by having a good old kick around the fence, much like the content of this show, where it's just chewing the fat with a bunch of the boys, getting into some of the current events and stuff like that. So I've been getting on some panels. This has been a joyous experience, and I'm having a great time having these discussions, guys.
Well, we're glad to have you here. It's been a really fun stream, and despite me panicking, it's like, which button do I click or whatever not? And I'm amazed that I haven't just shut down the stream like by accident. But we managed to do 4 hours and 15 minutes. And I really enjoyed hearing what you guys had to say. There's been some amazing discussions back and forth, and I look forward to doing this in, I think it's 2 weeks from now, where I'm covering again for PJ because he needs to get out and have a breather. But yeah, we're coming up on Wednesday, and it is Space Above and Beyond.
Yes.
Just the couple of the first few episodes, you don't have to watch the entire season. But it's still a really, really amazing sci-fi television thing. It's almost on par for me with Babylon 5. It takes time to build up tension. And in the first episodes, you get the gist that there is something scary, something big and badass out there that will kill you easily. And it's that psychological build-up for such a, was it low budget? I don't think that's an accurate term. It plays well on the story rather than, oh, hey, look at these fancy ships and explosions in space and whatnot. But go ahead, Colin.
I'll say Space Above and Beyond, the show that gave me an abiding hatred and loathing of cliffhanger season endings.
Huh.
Well, we will not discuss why that is, because we all, those that watch, they know why. Those that haven't watched, they will find out why.
Yep.
But yeah, any final words before I shut on the stream?
Press the self-destruct button right now. Gives us 30 seconds to get out of it.
Well,
I will not touch my Ming.
On the way out the door, I just want to congratulate the chat. From what I saw, you guys were just knocking it out of the park. Every single topic we brought up, you guys
25 seconds to make minimum safe distance.
Absolutely fantastic chat tonight. So I wanted to thank everybody who came down and typed away and informed us. Matt, always a pillar when it comes to that stuff.
A very good shout there, Stephen. I hope you have a great rest of your day. To the other fellows, I know we're well past midnight. I wish you a pleasant sleep.
6, 5,
beep,
4,
beep,
3,
beep.
2.
And we are going off stream. Thank you so much to panel and everybody.
Sorry, you left it too late, didn't you? Because